Well, good evening. Happy Friday. It is Friday, November 7th, 2025. And it is yet another Friday towards the end of the year. So cheers to all of you. Hopefully you guys are having a wonderful, wonderful week, or you had a wonderful week and are entering the weekend with joy, good tidings, family, friends, all of the above as we exit the Halloween season and enter, well, I don't know, it's a pre-Christmas season. So anyways, welcome to Friday Night Frenzy. Hopefully the mic is doing okay. We shall see. A little bit delayed start this evening because we were celebrating the birthday of Mini-Mischief number 2, who, let's see, I'm getting reports the mic is coming in and out. No, already. Let's try this. Hang on. We're going to fix something immediately. We're going and trying to fix everything that we're already trying to fix again. Because why not, right? That's what we're going to do. Let's see. Anyways, we'll see if that makes a change at all. And hopefully it does. I guess we're going to find out. But we've got some stuff to go through because I have not seen you guys in quite a bit. And at least one thing came out that was something I had been tracking for quite some time, which is to take care of my trial and waiting on a ruling to come out in the appeal. We had reviewed the entire trial, done breakdowns of the trial. We had reviewed the appeal itself, listened to the oral argument of the appeal, and we were waiting on the disposition of that appeal for quite some time. I think the oral argument was in February, and it took them 8 months to come out with the appeal opinion, which came out on October 29th. So a little bit ago, but haven't been able to review it yet. Was able to go through about half of it prior to jumping on the stream. Took some notes to try and help myself remember what was going on. And that's where we're going to start. I think that's where we're going to go. Anyways, how you guys doing? How was your week? What's going on? Looks like we've got all kinds of stuff. Let's see. Yeah, and it was picking up more than one. Might have been picking up more than one. Like, I'm not sure. Everyone's wishing happy birthday to Mini-Mischief too. There is a bit of a story there. Very frustrating story. I don't know how frustrating the story it is, but it is what it is. Jen DeSimio got to spend my birthday in Virginia last weekend. That sounds wonderful. Hopefully it was an enjoyable birthday. Cheers to you. Happy New Year. Music to my soul, saying hey to everyone in the chat. Let me see. Oh, there we go. Someone's having a beer. A couple people are having a beer. Some people are doing all kinds of stuff. Replay crew coming in, chiming in. Cookie Cute is having a beer on the couch. Giant TV. Don't put me on the giant TV. My head is big, and I don't need it to be bigger. Yeah, no, I don't know how I feel about that. But Mini-Mischief 2 turned 7 years old today, being the actual day. So we celebrated that birth. Very much enjoyed it. It was a good time. And a request was made for the birthday meal. And the birthday meal was requested as, you 7-year-old, let's go to a really nice restaurant. Let's do these things. Nope. We wanted Kentucky Fried Chicken. Just a big old pile of grease. And an order was submitted to Kentucky Fried Chicken to pick up said chicken for the birthday celebration. And that order was submitted electronically via the app by Mischief Manager, who submitted the order, hit send, did not receive a confirmation. So one would think, logically speaking, that the order didn't go through. Well, she then resubmitted the order and got the confirmation. Went to go pick up the chicken. Both orders went through. Both orders. So we had like 2 buckets of fried chicken, like 6 chicken sandwiches, which this kid housed 3 of them. I don't know how these kids stomach this stuff. It is wild. We have more Kentucky Fried Chicken than I think I have eaten in 2 years that is sitting in this house right now and in the refrigerator. And the last time that we had Kentucky Fried Chicken, a certain other household member of the 4-legged variety, Leo, partook while we were actively on a live stream. So I was very careful and making sure that all the fried chicken was put away out of reach in a fridge so that Leo, who also is celebrating a birthday today, could not partake in the Kentucky Fried Chicken. Leo got a pup cup for his birthday. That was all the celebrations. It was a lot of Kentucky Fried Chicken. So the 6-year-old turned 7. We did not do 6-7 as the birthday, although Mischief Manager kept repeating 6-7 over and over and over again, much to my dismay. But I can't really control these things. And the big excitement was a gift that was received by Mini number 2. That was an order placed while sitting with his grandparents, who were asking him, outside the presence of myself or Mischief Manager, the grandparents were asking him what it was that he wanted for his birthday, with Amazon open on the computer, to a 6-year-old, asking him to put into a cart controlled by the grandparents what it was that he wanted. No prior consultation. None. You know, grandparents be doing the grandparent thing. So a Nintendo Switch showed up at the house. And the worst was, he knew it was coming. So it's not like we could have interdicted the Nintendo Switch en route to its destination, headed off at the pass, sent it back, called the grandparents up and yelled at them saying, "What the hell were you thinking?" We didn't have that opportunity because the Mini knew what it was that he put in the cart. He knew what he put in the cart. He knew it was coming and being shipped, and was told by his grandparents that this was a combination birthday and Christmas gift. First of all, that never works with a kid. You can't tell them it's a combination Christmas and birthday gift, because by the time Christmas rolls around, their attention span has long since lapsed, and they don't remember that the gift that they received for their birthday a month ago was supposed to also count for the gift that they would have received at Christmas. So no, they just get double gifts. So lo and behold, Nintendo Switch shows up. This kid knows it's coming. So we wrap it. Oh. It's the last box he opens. Of course, he knows it's in there. Super pumped about it. And what does he say the second he opens the box? "Can I play it now?" And immediately in my head, I'm going, oh my God, the parental controls I'm going to have to put on this stupid thing. Oh no. First of all, he's all boy, which is just chaos ensues. Absolutely chaotic. And any control of impulse is just out the window. It just doesn't exist. Part of it because age, part of it because boy, part of it just because he's crazy in the cutest and best way possible. So getting him to a place where he's going to understand, I can't play this game nonstop repeatedly, is going to be a challenge. I think I have a wager on how quickly he's going to lose the privilege to play the video game. He's going to do something and he's going to lose the privilege. And I'm willing to bet, not a substantial amount of money, but a little bit. Like I'd probably put $50 on it. $50 says that he loses the privilege to play the video game probably at some point in time tomorrow afternoon. We're going to give him 24 hours. That's the window. 24 hours. And he will do something, whether it is sneaking off to play the game, whether it is some other chaotic act, whether it is just him. And we're going to have to say, all right, you're grounded from the video game within 24 hours of receiving it. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting indeed. God, I don't know what to do with this kid. No. Oh, and also within 5 minutes of him opening this gift and putting it together, well, I had to put it together and set it up. Put it together, set it up, leave it on the counter to charge. Within 5 minutes of him coming back downstairs, you were over on the couch and all of a sudden hear the thunk. Fell off the counter on the floor already, immediately. Oh, actually, so that's probably what I'm going to do when we get to a little break in this discussion, or when I end the live stream today. I am immediately going to purchase the largest Do they make otter boxes for these things? Like the softest case that completely protects it, and it makes it immune from breaking, cracking, or anything else. He immediately shoots up, going, "I didn't do anything." Well, dude, the thing didn't magically fall off the counter. So, yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be very interesting. We're going to have to see. Although I will say the choice of game, not hating it, Mario Kart being the first game that's on there. Now, what I am very much looking forward to is absolutely whooping this kid's ass in Mario Kart, because I did not play video games growing up, but one video game I did play very, very much was Mario Kart on N64. Um, so there will be an absolute smackdown unrelentingly. I will get every blue shell and just nuke this kid off of the Rainbow Bridge like there was no tomorrow. And there might be tears. There will not be apologies, not by me, not at all. We're just gonna have fun. We're just gonna have a good time. Well, I'm gonna have fun by exerting dominance on a game with a 7-year-old. That's what's coming up for me in my plans. Anyways, that was this week. That was a fun week. It was a fun day. Apart from that, I am from here on out to the end of the year, and you'll probably get a few announcements from me. So we're going to do a programming announcement kind of now. From now until the end of this calendar year, I am in trial basically every single week, different trials, with the exception of Thanksgiving. Nope, I have a trial on that Monday. I am in trial from now until the beginning of the new year. What that likely means is that there may be a Friday here and there where I'm not going to be able to do a live stream. I'm apologizing ahead of time. It's probably going to come with late notice, but this is a very, very, very crammed season. And then it's already got to the point where my paralegal has already told kind of everybody, you guys, no one's allowed to put anything on Rob's calendar in all of January. So we're going to have a lot of fun. And by fun, I mean exhaustion for all of the upcoming weeks. Another announcement that I will make right now, and I know that some of you guys are saying it's a busy time of year. It really is. It's a very busy time. It's a very busy time indeed. Oh, this is a good one. Judy, you got this. My teenage daughter likes to make grown men cry playing online video games. Very aspiring. I like that. I love that. It's good. It's good. It's a good thing to do. How dare you let your real job get in the way of Friday nights? Oh, trust me. I had motions arguments today and after the afternoon. It was Jolene, what else at Salon Lumber? What else at prep do you recommend? My daughter's a college junior using Blueprint, and I have thought of becoming a paralegal. Has thoughts of becoming a paralegal. So here's the thing. The last time I did bar prep, or when I did bar prep or LSAT prep, was probably 20 years ago. So I'm not sure what new things are out there. Back then, when I did it, was Kaplan. The best recommendation that I can give is practice, 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 practice. And I can probably say practice about 50 more times. It's the one mistake that every person in retrospect looks back on when they took the LSAT or they took the bar exam, and they think to themselves, I wish I practiced more. It cannot be reemphasized enough. More practice, all the practice, and especially practice on the timing, because that test is very constrained in how the timing is. I remember taking that exam, the LSAT, and I remember having to, we're all friends, right? We're in the tree of trust tree. I had to use the bathroom very, very badly at some point in time during the test, but we were not anywhere near one of the breaks. And in my head, I remember having the need to use the restroom, the inability to quote unquote inability to hold it, and then calculating in my head how many questions I would have to move faster on in order to make up the time it would take me to speed walk to the bathroom and get back and resume taking the test. That is how much of a time crunch you are under in these tests, where bathroom breaks can be the difference between several different points that you would get on the test. Might have been TMI. I don't really care. Y'all are good people. and it was a question, and that's kind of the ADHD brain that went sideways. I have no idea where that came from, other than the question asking about it. Lisa Paxton, I got a job with a firm as a constitutional lawyer. Wow, that's awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Rob, Ian, EDB, lawyer. You know, you all pulled me through. That is remarkable, a remarkable achievement. Congratulations. Hopefully, you love every single minute of it. Um, hopefully, you love every single minute of it, even the ones that are stressful and anxiety inducing. Welcome, welcome to the practice of law and constitutional law at that. Now, get ready just for all the reading, indeed. Let's see. Okay. LSAT prep did great GRE. Catching up on stuff here. Okay. What happens if you pee yourself? Is that time? Can I don't know. I don't know. Cricket has to be like a race car driver and wear a diaper. Nope. I don't think so. I don't think I could have done that. And this was the other programming announcement. Kristen M96 says, make sure you make time for Ian next Saturday. That is actually, if you guys will notice at the very top of the chat, there is a pinned comment at the top of the chat. So Ian Runkle, our dear friend Ian Runkle, is doing his Extra Life charity stream next Saturday. I believe next Saturday, the 15th, 11:15. Yep, next Saturday. And he is participating. Let's see if I can't pull this up here. Can we share the screen? Can we do the share screen? I think we can share the screen. Because I did want to share this with you folks early on. So he's participating in the Extra Life charity stream. For those of you who aren't familiar with this, he is essentially doing 24 hours straight, where he's either playing video games, communicating with other people, and talking, but staying up for 24 hours in front of a camera on a live stream. And he's raising money to support the Stollery Children's Hospital Foundation. And where is he right now? He did this last year. He set a goal of 10,000, I think 10,000 or 20,000, but he's already raised 4,738. What was last year? Does it show what you made last year, Ian? I think it does. Oh, I have badges. Look at my badges. Oh, no, those are his badges. Are these his badges or my badges? We don't need no stinking badges. I don't know if it's. Oh. Oh, these are the badges that he's earned so far. Yeah. So I think last year he raised over $100,000. I think each year he's raised almost over $100,000. There was one year I think we raised 125 or 130,000. But please, 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 if you guys are able, next week I will probably, let me see, next week, what do I have trial wise? I can do this. I can pull up a calendar and find out what I've got next week on Friday. Do I have motions on Friday? I don't think I have motions. I think I'm doing a stream. Next Friday, Friday the 14th. Yeah, see, Friday the 14th. I see I put this on my trial calendar. I put FNF on my trial calendar, which is probably confusing to my paralegal and everybody else. But I already put it on my calendar, so I am doing a live stream next Friday. And next Friday, what I routinely do during these live streams is I turn off monetization, so there is no ability for you guys to give super chats or anything else. I turn all of that off, and I redirect you guys to his live chat. The alternative is if I do leave the super chats on, then what ends up happening is everything that gets donated to the live stream or everything gets that's sent to as super chat or funding here for that stream, I then send on and donate on behalf of FNF to the Extra Life stream. So we do it that way. So keep in mind, market calendars next Friday evening. All proceeds of FNF are going to go to the Extra Life live stream. And then on the 15th, his 24-hour live stream. Please, even if you're popping in to keep him motivated in the chat, even if you're popping in to say, hey, if you can donate $1, donate $1. If you can't donate $1, then don't donate $1 and come and stick around for the laughs and joy. But like I said, 24 hours of a live stream is quite the task. I know that it might not seem that way because we routinely stream here for like 4 hours at a time. But at the end of a 4-hour live stream, I'm cooked and dead. So I've never even thought of what it would look like to do 24 hours in front of a camera on a live stream, talking, engaging with individuals in the chat for a full day. Sounds exhausting. So that's what's going to end up happening. Gringo, what percentage of super chats does YouTube keep? It's a lot, right? Yeah, but whatever I basically do, whatever ends up happening, whatever YouTube tells me were the earnings, that's what I then give to Ian. So the earnings I get to see that, I think within 24 hours, something like that. I see what was donated, then I turn around and just send it all there. I try not to take the cut off that YouTube does at all. So like I said, the link will be there for you guys to donate directly. If you have trouble with that, anything that goes towards the channel on that day is going to go to Extra Life. And Kristen's asking if I made any 3D items for the auction. I'm debating. I've got a couple of these things that I've tried to print. I have to figure out. I kind of have to tweak the design to make it more mine so that I'm not stealing someone else's design. But I thought this one was cute, right? Everything is fine. It's a dumpster fire and it's smiling and nodding at you. So that was kind of fun. So I got to figure out how to tweak it. I might see if I can't modify the actual CAD file. Or maybe I do a trash bin and I say, everything is fine. No one worry about anything. We might donate those. We'll see. What I really want to donate is my time to keep him occupied while all of that is going on. Yeah, everyone's saying I want one. Saying I want one. I gave these to the managing partners at the law firm. I have one behind my desk, and I gave 2 of them to the managing partner at the law firm, and both of them laughed emphatically. I said, "Well, it's kind of our job. We deal with dumpster fires all day, so we might as well celebrate it and have a little fun with it." Oh, add a gavel, a legal dumpster fire. I think this is fun. This is a good idea. I don't have a problem with that idea at all. XCDA is reminding everyone, please, everyone like the stream. Your next opportunity could be up in the air. Please, everyone, please hit the like button very, very much. I would very much appreciate it. Let's see. And that's where we are. Okay. So ENBPPK is saying hello again. Hello, ENBPK. Yes, Ohio Pom Pom. Just donate directly. It's going to make it easier, but it's whatever methodology or mechanisms I can use to help increase the amount of money that goes to that charity, I do, and I will try all the time. It is very much a goal. So let's catch up on some chats, and we'll get to the topics for the evening. One of which had me a little confused because I did want to break this down because we only have some very, very, very initial reports on this one. Let's see. Okay. Sorry about that pause. Dead air is always fun. Love it all the time. Aurora Aura, thanks for becoming a member. Very much appreciated. Lady Drake is chiming in. Hey, all passed my proposal defense. Congratulations. Now one step closer to the PhD. Almost Dr. Lady Drake. Or Dr. Drake. You're gonna have to change your screen name. Celebrating and getting ready to collect my data. Thanks for being on this ride with me. Cheers to you. Happy that you were able to accomplish that and pass that defense. Carol with a C and an E, member 34 months. Good evening, everyone watching from Searcy, Arkansas. Shay B, hey, Shay. Mama Wolf, my AUDHD daughter got accepted to Georgia Tech yesterday. Congratulations. Way to go. Proud mama moment. Proud mama indeed. That's amazing. I would be remiss if I did not mention that NC State football beat Georgia Tech. We don't have many wins under our belt, but Georgia Tech was a big one. So I do have to mention that just a little bit. I'm still congratulating, absolutely offering the biggest congratulations I can to your daughter for getting the acceptance. And I hope that she has a wonderful academic career. But as a member of the ACC, or a new fledged member of the ACC, I must begin with the little rivalry details. So, Nana, is that what you do? I don't know. Yeah, NC State beat Georgia Tech, but congrats to your daughter. Hopefully, she has a wonderful time there. Melanie Parang, I also watch it on my big screen TV. Oh no, that's gonna see. It scares me. Dr. Vez, I'll be there for Ian next week. That's awesome. San Francisco and Texas. I just started a new adventure at the young age of 55, real estate and investing. Just got my first deal under contract. So exciting. Congratulations. That's I'll tell you what, you're gonna keep yourself active. You will absolutely keep yourself active. So good for you. Catherine Frazier, I'm really looking forward to Ian reaching 100,000. Me too. Absolutely. Holly's Hobbies 51 on 11/11. Just got my ADHD diagnosis and meds. Congratulations, Holly. With the medication, a little bit at a time. See what works for you. Don't be afraid to go to your doctor and say you need to change. Sandy's MIA today because Sandy is, doing other stuff that are fun with other people because you're allowed to and you're supposed to. Popping in quick to say, go dogs. Is Georgia playing tonight? I'm not sure. But I have several friends that went to UGA, so I do alternatively root for UGA as well. All right, so let's do this. We're going to get to one topic that I thought was kind of interesting. And like I said, it's really early in media coverage, so not sure that we're going to find much information on it for a little while. So let's swoop and let's talk about Phil Mickelson. Phil Mickelson, very odd. We're going to talk about golf. Why not? Because I love golf. So we'll talk about golf. Swoop. Hey, Shay. Warning. Shay, I know you get freaked out by the swoop. Swoop is incoming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Swoop. There. See, I remember some things. Not all the things, but I do remember some things. Okay. So we are going to start with reporting by Essentially Sports. Phil Mickelson made a pretty vague post on X, formerly known as Twitter, today, referencing the possibility of filing a defamation action. I was wondering what the heck was going on there. Why would Phil Mickelson be filing a defamation lawsuit? I have no clue. So we have today reported this evening, Phil Mickelson warns of legal action after new report accusing him of insider trading involvement. Oh, no. Phil Mickelson is a character in the golf world, very well known for all kinds of antics. Oddly enough, where my parents decided to retire and move in Arizona and Oro Valley, Phil Mickelson purchased the golf club that they lived on, the home course, so to speak, that we had in Arizona. He purchased it. And the legends of Phil Mickelson and his just wild gambling cannot really be overstated. The man would hustle everyone on the golf course, and he would make bets that would vary depending on what hole we were playing or he was playing with people. So, like, let's say he would get people to bet and say, we're going to bet $100 on this hole. And he'd say, that's good. That's good. Then he would get to one hole, like the 15th hole in the back nine. And he would say, yep, nope, for this hole, the bet's 10,000. And he says, and it goes up to 15 if I make it eagle. And he would just pull these ridiculous shots out of nowhere. He gambled so much that on the back deck of the clubhouse that overlooks the 18th green, when he purchased the club, he had them install a chipping mat on the back patio so that he could, after having drinks or while having drinks with friends on the patio, he could place a wager of who would get closest to the pin, go over, drop a ball on the golf mat that was on the patio, and chip onto the green. So the gambling, the antics, the craziness, he is who he is. So Phil Mickelson has been here before, not exactly the same situation, but close enough to learn from. Back in 2016, he returned over $1 million to the SEC after profiting from Dean Foods stock trades tied to insider information. He wasn't charged with the wrongdoing, The SEC called him a relief defendant, but the reputation stain never quite washed out. Now, 9 years later, another insider trading allegation. Another insider trading allegation, another defiant response, another attempt to control the narrative that might backfire spectacularly. Well, gee, this article doesn't have an angle at all, does it? Nope. You think that there's a little bit of a bet hedge here? Mickelson took to X on November 7th, announcing he'd hired Tom Clare, one of America's most feared defamation lawyers. Okay. The live golfer made his intentions crystal clear about the Hunter Book media report alleging he shared confidential information about Sable Offshore Corporation. Let's see. We're going to take a look at that in a second. But here's the twist. His threat to sue anyone who reposts the article generated 898,300 views and sparked thousands of shares. The very warning meant to suppress the story became the story itself. Let's see. Shall we check what the replies are on that? Where are you, Phil? Let's see. Phil Mickelson. Oh, God. All right, Phil, let's see what you got. So, Phil doing political things. I know from experience that being the public eye makes me a frequent target for sensationalized media coverage. I get that it comes with the territory, but there are legal limits of false reports. And while I may have been willing to let it go in the past, I'm no longer going to sit quietly and take it. Yeah, this is where it is. Oh, no, he blocked replies. Oh, no, Phil. This went crazy. So I know from experience that being the public eye makes me a frequent target for sensationalized media coverage. I get that it comes with the territory, but there are legal limits on false reports. And while I may have been willing to let it go in the past, I'm no longer going to sit quietly and take it when those lines are crossed. I have retained world-class defamation counsel Tom Clare to advise and represent me on this, quote, article, end quote, by Hunter Brook and anyone who reposts it. More to come, lots. Winky face emoji. We look forward to the discovery part of your day in court. Me too. Thumbs up, thumbs up. I don't know that was really what you thought was there. And then Kyle Moore, totally understandable, but this will have the opposite of the intended effect. I wasn't aware of this article until you tweeted about it. Me either. I wasn't either. The Barbara Streisand effect is unintentionally calling more attention to something you want people to pay less attention to. Yeah, that is definitionally what that is. That's exactly what that is. So, let me see where this was. So here's the reported issue. Hunter Brook. Exclusive. Exxon spinout Sable leaked key information to investors, including golfer Phil Mickelson. Well, hopefully the reporting is accurate, because that doesn't seem like an opinion. So the article published October 31st. Oh, no, they track real time too. Oh, that's wild. Okay. On a leaked call, Sable Offshore CEO Jim Flores told a group of select investors in October the company would likely have to raise up to $200 million in equity by the end of 2025. The company had not disclosed this dilutive equity offering publicly. It's one of several examples of apparently selected disclosure from Sable. The company seems to have shared information only with certain investors. A list that includes golfer Phil Mickelson, according to messages from a group chat leaked to Hunter Brook. So here's the thing. If you are still actively involved in a group chat, one, you better know every single person on that group chat. If your communications are going on in there and your name is in there and you are actively participating in it, you better actually know every single person in that group chat. And not just that, you better trust them emphatically, because the number of group chats that have been leaked recently is pretty damn remarkable. Everything these days seems to be the result of a group chat being leaked. In one of those messages, Miss Mickelson passed on a tip, allegedly from the company's CEO, in an X group chat that Sable would be issuing an 8K filing about a material update later that day. Sable did, in fact, issue a market-moving 8K shortly thereafter. Oh, see that. If that's true, that's a problem. I believe this beyond any doubt. That's a pretty good quote. The fact that he put that. See, I wonder if that's a revision of the article. We'll see. Let's see. Let's look at the bottom. Has this been revised? Has this been revised at all? We have the leaked audio. Oh, we can watch the leaked audio. Oh no. This is how does this get leaked? Okay, sorry. Stop scrolling, Rob. Go back to the top. Quote, I believe this beyond any doubt. These guys definitely have firsthand knowledge, firsthand communication from Jim, and they are being fed information from Jim and giving it to other group members. One member of the chat who previously owned the stock told Hunterbrook in reference to some of the group chat members. So I believe this beyond any doubt. It's still a belief. That's still kind of opinion. Because he does express that it's a belief. These guys definitely have firsthand communications. It's still opinion. I think it's an opinion statement. That one is. Whether that material information was actually worth having is another question. While Stable's stock rose 8% after hours on the day the 8K was issued, it gave that all back and then some the following trading day. Meanwhile, courts, regulators, and activists so far stopped Sable from utilizing its sole asset, a pipeline that 2015 erupted in one of the worst oil spills in California history. Mickelson declined to comment directly to Hunterbrook despite repeated outreach. In a message to the group chat, which is called Sable Quantum Offshore Compute, he warned that Hunterbrook was looking into this chat as if we have insider information. Well, that's curious. What's funny about it is we've all been wrong on just about everything, and we've all lost money, but whatever. Mickelson then goes back and adds, before posting a phone number of a Hunterbrook reporter to the chat. Another group member attempted to dox report on a Craigslist post offering free dog food. Oh, apparently not realizing that Hunterbrook was still reading their messages. So what? This person got added? They just got added to the group chat? Are we really doing this? This is now what? On how many occasions are we going to add people to group chats that don't belong? Meanwhile, looks at phone, wonders how many group chats are open, and wonders how many I need to close out and delete. Probably a fair few. But alas, I think that's for a later date. I think I've made the comment before in the past. You give a trial lawyer a cell phone and unrestricted access to all of the communications that exist on these devices, which are basically inner access to our soul and innermost thoughts and feelings. And we can make you a saint or a sinner based on what we selectively choose. On Wednesday, another anonymous X account posted a very short excerpt. Why can't I speak this evening? What is going on? Excerpt. I can't talk. I'm sorry. From the same call with investors obtained by Hunterbrook, soon thereafter, a member of Mickelson's chat relayed to the group that the company had contacted them, claiming that the audio was AI generated and asking investors to push back against an anticipated Bloomberg News article on Sable's conduct. The company had contacted them. Oh, so the company said that it was AI generated, asking them to push back. Within hours, a chorus of Sable investors, including Mickelson, was repeating that message on social media. In response to questions about this, Sable told Hunterbrook that based on information provided to us, we believe that the alleged recording was either AI generated or otherwise altered. Okay. The company did not respond to follow-up questions regarding what led to that belief or what portions of the recording it believed had been altered. At Hunter Brooks' request, a leading AI detection company ran the recording through their platform and concluded that it is likely not to be manipulated using generative AI in any way. Hunter Brook also asked the senior AI engineer at the top research lab to analyze the recording. He also confirmed that it was highly unlikely to be AI generated or altered. The recording Hunter Brook obtained includes the short excerpt that was posted on X, though the version on X sounds distorted. Perhaps the most notable part of the call comes towards the end when Flores lays out his Hail Mary plan to bring his project online, enlisting President Trump, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, to avoid California regulations and secure federal funding for the project. A carrot Sable is prepared to offer, according to the recording, a round of golf with a certain lefty. Of course, a source close to Lutnick told Hunter Brook he's never heard of the company and has no plans to golf with Mickelson. Wouldn't be surprised if that's true. Let's see. Hunter Brook Media investment affiliate Hunter Brook Capital does not have any positions related to this article at the time of publications. They may change at any time. Full disclosures below. Oh, so they're a publicly traded company? Or they have an affiliate? Oh, so they're just making it clear they're not investing on the information based on the article. What do you think? Shall we listen? I think we should listen. On the understanding that the company is saying it is altered. Let's see. Does this play?
You're talking about a patch, but that patch is going to come in the new year, but before. No, it will come in the fourth quarter. It will come. So yeah. So the stock price is very important, and that goes back to my question, which is there something you could do to help yourself? And I'm just we're doing everything we can. That's what within the legal concept to get the price up to raise at a higher price. Yeah, we're doing everything we can.
We should be able to announce the debt financing first for the package with the government, which will get the stock price up and then raise the equity.
Without seeming overly manipulative, like a liquor transaction.
If you're talking about getting the federal government to do that while they're shut down and all that kind of stuff, yeah, there's a shot, David. But I'll tell you, I can't control all these different aspects. We've been working diligently on this.
Interesting. The audio clip, which Hunter Brook obtained from a third party who claimed not to be on the call himself. Ooh. That might raise legal implications. How do you get the call information? How do you get the information? Because that might, if he was not a participant to the call, then I have a real question how the call was obtained or how that audio was obtained and the possible legal implications of that. It offers a rare window into how a struggling public company has navigated the tension between needing capital and avoiding further dilution while sharing potentially material information with a hand-picked investor group. No, what I'm talking about the obtaining the call information is wiretapping, illegal wiretapping laws. So every state has different rules when it comes to audio recordings. So in Virginia, for example, if you are a participant to the conversation, Virginia is what's called the single party consent state. So only one individual who's a participant to a conversation that takes place in person has to consent to the recording, which means that if I know that there's a recording device that I am using and I am actively participating in the conversation itself, I'm allowed to record that conversation despite the other person in the conversation not knowing that they're being recorded. Conversely, some states have dual party consent where both parties to the conversation have to consent to the matter being recorded. And then there's another set of facts where if I am not a participant to that conversation and I am the only one that knows that there's a recording device, for example, the example that I think is probably the best to use is one that we had to argue over with a recording device that was placed in the backpack of a child. And the parent knew the recording device was on, placed the recording device in the child's backpack and sent the child to school. And for purpose of recording the interactions, because they believed, I think, the child's being bullied. The problem is that recording, none of the participants to the conversation that was being recorded were able to give consent to that conversation being recorded. So at that point in time, there isn't even a single party who's consented to that conversation being recorded. That recording is then therefore an unlawful recording of an audio. There's a difference in the use of communication devices over interstate lines and wiretapping. If you are going to record someone communicating on a phone, then there is typically a required disclosure that you have to notify them that the conversation is being recorded. They then have the choice to continue speaking, which is consent to being recorded, or they can simply hang the phone up, which is telling you they're not consenting to it. I am very curious how this audio clip would have been obtained if it was obtained by a person who was not on the call itself. There's going to be some questions as to how that came to be. Then you got the group chat. Mickelson writes a deleted post that CEO Jim Flores and I are both on the same board of another company. The company seems to be an Intrepid Investment Management, which lists both men on the advisory board as recently as January, been removed from the page. Let's see. Do we have the full?
Hey, Jim. And thank you for making the time.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, just get through all the anxiety of getting through Teams and Zoom and all the different.
Yeah.
Every time I open this thing up, it's got a different set of instructions. So, anyway, good to see everybody.
Likewise.
Expertise as an expert in the energy field, not in Teams.
Yeah.
I'll stay in my fairway. That's for sure.
Jim, we know
Oh, it was a Teams call.
you're obviously really busy these days. We last saw each other at that meeting after Labor Day weekend back in New York with Cowan. And it's been a very dynamic few weeks since. So we just had a bunch of questions, just wanted to check in. So before we go down the road, anything you want to share or start off on, or we should jump into questions, whatever you prefer, how you prefer to.
Yeah, it's a lot to update you on. Watch out, just fire away and we'll get into it. Okay, stay on your schedule. How's that?
Great. Guys, you want to feel free to jump in? Just start off and then I'll jump in after.
So, Jim, I mean, the big question that on everybody's mind is really, are you going to be able to finance this with so much, on commercially reasonable terms, with so much skepticism in the market about everything that's taken place over the past few months? So much.
Oh, that's going to be fascinating. Wow. Well, okay then. That sets up a number of questions. Yeah. Sorry, I'm reading, but I'm not giving commentary on it. I need to do that. Let's see.
So much worried that California will do something to step in some way if they could. But what's your level of confidence, or what that you will be able to finance this?
Yeah, that we've been obviously working on that feverishly, Stephen. Some of the big things. And so we think we have a lot of good stuff coming out that will answer that question definitively. So let me kind of give you directionally for the purpose of where we are on the calendar standpoint. We've been working very hard on number one, getting an extension on the Exxon due date in January, so forth, and I'm highly confident there. Everybody be very pleased with that. We've been working very hard on commercializing our situation with all the financing needs coming out with Exxon, and also in going to an offshore OS&T strategy, what we'll talk about. And we have a lot of support at the government level, and there's a lot of money.
Very interesting. Okay, so Ian BPPK says Teams admin here. If the meeting were recorded within Teams itself, all participants would have given notice. I do recall that it does tell you within Teams that certain recording has started. This is fascinating. So the leaked audio of the video begins with the statement of, every time I open this up, I get a different set of instructions. Yeah, we all can sympathize with that. That's about the only normal moment of the call. I'm going to go ahead and say I agree. if this is a smaller group of very select investors in the company itself, there should not be information that is not publicly available to everybody via a prospectus or some other public disclosure, public SEC filing. There should not be information that should be passing that would allow that person or those people receive the information to trade and increase the value of their shares or to pump the value of the company. All Flores ultimately tells a small group of investors the company would likely need to raise as much as $200 million in equity within weeks. Information he hadn't disclosed to the general public. Issuing new equity would dilute the value of existing shareholders' stock. When one participant on the call suggested that it would be in the investors' interest for the stock price to be as high as possible when equity was raised, Flores acknowledged the company was doing everything we can to make that happen. That's not necessarily, that's a common practice. I don't have a problem with that. The fact is, these are investors or select investors who are getting a behind the scenes look into the operation of the company and can then act upon that by trading upon that. Another participant noted the company might be able to announce the debt financing first for the package with the government, which will get the stock price up, then raise the equity. As almost as an afterthought, here someone else in the call adds, without seeming overly manipulative. This is just saying the quiet part out loud. I don't have too much of an issue with this, with just kind of that is, it is a bit odd that you get to see the sausage being made, but this very likely happens within the boardroom of every single company, publicly traded or otherwise. It was not immediately clear whether the individuals suggesting this plan were investors or Sable executives. Sable executives would be different than the investors. Executives would be, you would expect them to have inside information because they're executives. They're operating the functions of the company. But executives also have very strict restrictions on when they can or cannot purchase stock in their own company. After these comments, Flores pivoted to discussing whether getting approval for debt financing from the federal government was feasible during the ongoing shutdown. The audio clip, which Hunter Blook obtained from a third party, we talked about that, offers a rare window into how a struggling public company has navigated the tension between needing capital and avoiding further dilution while sharing potentially material information with a hand-picked investor group. I think this might be probably Hunter Brook's biggest challenge. How have they been able to verify that the individuals on the call were simply investors? James Randolph. I think a lot of people can sympathize with this. I think my grandparents gave me a single share of like Citibank, some diluted share from a long, long time ago. I still get physically printed prospectus and disclosures every single year. And it's worth the paper definitely costs more than my value of stock. So just same. Hunter Brook has obtained evidence indicating that Sable also may have shared material information with professional golfer Phil Mickelson, who, in addition to being a shareholder, has become one of the most vocal Sable boosters, with posts on X calling on California officials to meet with him and enable Sable. Mickelson is also in a private group chat with select Sable investors with whom he has shared insights from his conversation with the company's CEO. The CEO, Jim Flores, and I are both on the same boat, aboard of another company. Okay. In 2016, Mickelson paid the SEC more than $1 million. We talked about that before, to settle allegations he traded on insider information after receiving tips about a public company from Billy Walters, dubbed the world's most successful sports bettors. Walters was sentenced to 5 years in federal prison, but ultimately did not serve the full sentence. 40 million illicit profits, pardoned by Trump. Everyone gets fucking pardons. Every administration. Every stupid. About a decade after SEC settlement, as the 6-time major champion actively promoted Sable stock on social media across over 100 posts on X, he was also allegedly speaking directly with Flores about regulatory approvals and company strategy, according to private messages reviewed by Hunterbrook. It's going to be a real question as to how those messages got leaked. And here's the part that they're saying is the most damning. I spoke to Jim this morning. An announcement is coming today after the market closes. Could be an 8K or press release. He wrote that to the group of stable investors. That is, if verified, is likely a big problem. Because he is inferring or implying that he has information from Jim, the CEO of the company, that there's an announcement coming today, but the announcement is coming after the market has closed. So after the announcement's being made to the public at a time when they cannot actively trade on the information being given. But this information, it could be an 8K or press release, information is being conveyed by Mickelson to a select group of individuals who have the opportunity, with the market still being open, to trade on that information before the general public becomes aware of it. And now we see the issue. I couldn't say anything until after the close. Well, why did you leave that part out of your article? Thank you for screenshotting it. Not sure what exactly the details will be. I couldn't say anything until after the close. Just after 5 p.m., Stable filed an 8K form companies use to disclose material events to the public, disclosing its new strategy to circumvent California regulators. Stock shot up 8% in after-hours trading after the news, before closing down the following day. Usually, an 8K is a release of material information. So if you know about the release of potentially material information before it's released to the general public, that's generally going to be material, non-public information, thus SEC. So it could be a violation by the company. And this is the part that what is this by a professor at Berkeley? Professor Badawi, Adam Badawi says in further on, it sounds like material information. If you're sharing it to a subset of people outside, that is the kind of thing you should be sharing publicly. This incident wasn't necessarily an aberration. I don't think it's an aberration. I think it happens more commonly than you would imagine. I think this is just the aberration is the fact that the internal communications get leaked to the public. So we get to see what's happening behind closed doors. Then this is the individual in the chat who then goes on and gives their opinion. There's a hierarchy of insiders. Oh, they go on. There are people that are very close to Jim and Jim is giving real information to. Then there's people that think they're close to Jim who he is giving fraudulent information to. Ooh, well, that's a statement. So this is the anonymous source, or the source that's the insider, or a member of the chat. So you're saying it's a member of the chat. How big is this chat? Are we able to discern who this person is who's making these statements? But this is the source. So the source begins the quote. This is the beginning of the quote. I believe this beyond any doubt. All right, so you're protecting yourself against the possibility of defamation by saying it is belief. This is opinion. What are you going to do after that? Because there are ways of turning opinion into a statement of fact if you keep on talking. These guys definitely have firsthand communication from Jim, and they're being fed information from Jim and giving it to other group members. Okay. Sounds like a belief. Sounds like it could be an opinion. Sounds like there might be some foundation to it. He goes on. There's a hierarchy of insiders. There are people that are very close to Jim, and Jim is giving real information to. Then there's people that think they're close to Jim, who he is giving fraudulent information to. If this, that is a factual assertion. I don't know how you can get around and say that's opinion. That is quite literally accusing somebody, a CEO of a company, of giving insider information to certain friends and then giving false information to other people who believe they're friends. That is quite a statement to make. So I guess, I mean, I imagine the source of the information for this article is going to be pretty contentious to get at. Asked when he sold his Sable shares, the source explained, quote, there comes a point after the fourth fraudulent 8K where you realize this company isn't what it says. Oof, end quote. Oh, so it's okay. Now we get information on the source and why the source is reporting it. Yep. So Ballet Girl jumps right there. I wonder if it's a disgruntled family member or friend. No, it looks like an investor. Someone who basically says they put a bunch of money into it, and it seems like he's almost calling it a Ponzi scheme. While Hunterbrook is not aware of any conclusive finding that the company is engaged in fraud and believes the source was speaking figuratively, the company is facing at least one lawsuit making such allegations. Oh, it's a class action lawsuit by Rosen Law Firm against Sable Offshores Corporation. And they basically are saying that the false statements were made to the public to get them to buy in. Numerous messages from recent months reviewed by Hunterbrook show Mickelson claiming to have frequent communications with Flores, receiving details about company developments from the CEO, whom he sometimes called BJF for Big Jim Flores. The leaked call and messages raised questions about the selective disclosure of material non-public information at a company racing against a March 1st, 2026 deadline. If Sable doesn't restart production by then, its only asset, 3 offshore oil platforms and an aging pipeline responsible for one of California's worst oil spills, reverts to ExxonMobil without compensation, unless Exxon extends the terms of its loan. Oh, so the company needs to get moving. Let's see. The company's struggles have intensified in recent months after Sable told shareholders it completed pipeline repairs. After you make that public statement, yeah, the stock's going to jump. California's fire marshal said in October that more workers are required. California officials have filed criminal charges against the company and its executives as an act Sable in turn called politically motivated. Let's see. The stock, which briefly traded above $35 earlier this year, has fallen more than 60%, now hovers over 13. As of this writing, I imagine the stock is not doing that well right now. Several legal setbacks and regulatory denials of shareholders fearful, and according to the screenshots. So this is from Phil Mickelson. We can dwell on the mistakes we made, a reasonable and informed decision to buy a company with incredible resources and an opportunity for a 3 to 5 time play with lifelong dividends, and it didn't work out. I'd do it again, given the information we had. It sucks, and maybe it's the last ditch effort to save it, and I think there should be, but it's not a path to invest in right now. We did an actual prayer. My plan is to sell and use the losses to offset other gains and buy back and add back for 30 days. Oh my God. Really? Oh. Don't see a clear path forward. Now in 30 days, if we get the OS&T permits and Fed funding for rumblings, Gavin needs the oil and forces CCC to do a deal, then I definitely want to buy back in. But $20 would be a steal. A production path is clear and achievable. Interesting. Okay. Well, this is going to be fascinating. Then we have more of the reporting on this. This is a hell of a report. It's a hell of a report indeed. So, going back to the original article talking about Mickelson's post. There's the post itself. Direct warning saying he'd retained world-class defamation counsel Tom Clare to advise and represent me on this article by Hunterbrook. The last part about anyone who reposted it. Yeah, because as we have learned from the Johnny Depp trial, simply reposting it without adding any context is not necessarily making a defamatory statement. You have to add something. You have to do something more than just reposting. The Hunterbrook report made the allegations. We read through that. Mickelson denied everything, calling the report slanderous. accusing Hunter Brook of stock manipulation. But his hiring of Claire signals he's done fighting in the court of public opinion. Very interesting. Clearlock LLP co-founder secured a record $787.5 million settlement from Dominion Voting Systems against Fox News. He won $3 million for the University of Virginia dean defamed by Rolling Stone, representing French President Emmanuel Macron and First Lady Bridget Macron against Candace Owens. Oh, so this guy's defamation. Like, he's okay. Tom Clare. If you're going to hire a heavy hitter, that's a heavy hitter. So far, no lawsuit's been filed against Hunter Brook. The phrase "more to come," lots, suggests he's still in the planning stages. Meanwhile, Sable Offshore formed a special committee on November 3rd to investigate the allegations. Oh, look, the company hasn't commented further while that review continues. Quiet. Wonderful. What do we think about that, folks? That is wild. Now, I know that Mickelson has previously filed a lawsuit to try and get access to materials. I think it was in 2012. Yeah. So in 2012, Mickelson had filed a lawsuit against an ISP, internet service provider in Canada, to learn the identity of a person who's been posting statements about reputation. So he's filed defamation suits before. And this was a various things. And this was about an online account. Wow. Okay. Well, there we have it, folks. A real-time, in real life working example of how the Barbra Streisand effect actually works in practice. How many of you had any idea that there was a report that implicated insider communications and insider trading by Phil Mickelson, among other people? How many of you are aware of that having occurred? Raise the hands. Not very many people, I imagine. Phil Mickelson then goes and says, I'm going to sue everybody under the sun for defamation, but doesn't include any information about what it is. What does that do? For all of my ADHD friends that are in the chat, every single person with a certain little neurospicy part of their brain said, huh, that's an interesting rabbit hole. Let me take a little deep dive and explore on that for a minute. And lo and behold, we discover an audio recording, some leaked text messages being communicated back and forth between individuals, and some inside information that might have been exchanged leading up to efforts to get the stock price to raise while they're trying to raise capital. Wow. Okay. Honestly, I had never heard of whatever company. What was the company that did the report? Hunter Brook. I had never heard of Hunter Brook in my entire life. I don't even know who they are. Hunter Brook. Okay. It looks like this Hunter Brook reports a lot of stuff, all kinds of stuff. But nope, I had no clue. I don't know how many people read Hunter Brook or would have known that that existed. All of the articles that I'm seeing are about the stupid defamation threat. So you reap what you sow. I guess this is going to be very fascinating. We are going to have to see. Another poster said, did Phil Mickelson intend to hand this story a microphone? No widespread coverage of this before today. Whoops. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. So we're going to have to see where that plays out. Never heard of Phil Mickelson. Yeah, famous golfer. Very famous golfer. I didn't know about the company. I didn't know about the insider trading allegations. I didn't know about any of it. Phil Mickelson makes a post on X. It goes viral. And then all of a sudden, we get to see more and more of what was actually exchanged in the background. All right. That was a bit of the preview. I had wanted to cover that very briefly. We'll see if any defamation suit comes from it. If there is a defamation lawsuit, I think they're going to have a bit of a challenge because obviously the person they would sue would be what? I mean, they would sue the media company to try and get access to the source, but I think the media company would probably have some pretty good defenses in giving in refusing to disclose the source of information. So I don't know they're going to get that. So I don't know. But heavy hitter law firm. If the lawsuit's coming, I imagine that it's going to be pretty interesting to watch. Oh God, please do it. I would love to see another defamation case played out. Those are wild. All right, let's see, catch up on any questions that we have. H. Scorpio, opinion based on disclosed facts isn't defamation. That's correct. But the statement of Jim is giving true information to some people, false information to other people. That's a statement of fact that's not necessarily known. And if it's false, I don't know if it's false or not. There's some implications there. Martha Ivy, thank you for FNF. Great way to end the week. Thank you very much, Martha, for being here. Phoenix, almost 3 years. I've learned a lot here. Thank you. Thanks for being here for almost 3 years. Byron Butterfield, my cats, Tabitha, Arthur, and Serena, say hello. Tell your cats I say pss, 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 pss. I saw a bumper sticker the other day. It made me laugh out loud. I'm such a child. NASCAR Kelly, thank you for the super chat. Very kind of you. H. Scorpio, how is the slap law where he is suing? He has not sued yet, so we don't know where the lawsuit would be. Mickelson, I believe, is resident of California or Arizona. I think he's a resident of California, though. Did he officially move to Arizona? Let's see. Bill. And then Hunter Brook. Where's Hunter Brook Incorporated? Where are their servers? I imagine Hunter Brook is California, which California has some of the strongest anti-slap statutes on the books. Let's see. Where is Hunter Brook Incorporated? New York. Okay, so New York. So Phil is in Florida, but Hunter Brook is in New York, which New York is, again, pretty strong on the anti-slap. As we've seen with, I think the Baldoni lawsuit was in New York, right? Yeah. So we're gonna have to see how that plays out. Lady Fang, Rob, you need to race him in the Rainbow Road. This is as to Mini-Mischief 2. Yes, I do. Absolutely. And I will absolutely crush him. S, thank you for the super chat, fellow NCSU alum. Go Pack, go Pack, go. Absolutely. Okay, folks. Oh, slap, anti-slap, salacious. Strategic lawsuit against public participation. So it basically is people used to file defamation lawsuits in order to chill the press, to quiet people down from speaking publicly about certain issues or topics that should be and should warrant public communication. For example, if someone's about to break a story about you, whether it's true, false, or otherwise, they're about to break a story about you that's a very well-known story. It used to be the practice that you would sue them in defamation to basically tie them up in legal costs, fees, and expenses so that they could never run the story, kill the story before it could run. Or if they did run the story, you sue them into the ground to set an example for anywhere else who might run a story. So states started passing legislation or laws that would create a heightened standard for defamation when the individual was a certain type of individual, or where the topic or story was one that warranted public coverage or additional scrutiny or views. And that legislation created certain hurdles that people had to overcome in order to bring a defamation lawsuit. You had to overcome certain anti-SLAPP hurdles to bring that lawsuit in the first place. And then if you lost that lawsuit, there was a very hefty award of attorney's fees that were paid to the individual that was on the receiving end of the lawsuit. So it was intended to chill out or to stop. Yeah, used to. That's correct. Yes, you're right, F. Wiggins. I apologize. The anti-SLAPP lawsuits, yeah, they still do. The anti-SLAPP legislation or the statutes on the books are intended to stop that type of practice. Do they work? No, not all the time. Are they a tool that gets used? Yes. Like with every other tool that exists, are they sometimes abused? Also, yes. So this is one of those situations where you see the legislature trying to draft a statute to meet a certain need, but in drafting that statute, there's people that fall through the cracks, people on the wrong end of it, people who were caught up in it that aren't intended to be caught up in it, and then there's some people who it helps a lot. So it varies. View on anti-SLAPP varies depending on the case at issue, the person filing the lawsuit in the first place, the person who is allegedly being defamed. I mean, you have people having opinions all over the place on whether it's valid or not. Most notably, Johnny Depp sued Amber Heard. That defamation lawsuit took place here in Virginia because Virginia does not have anti-SLAPP. Not crazy, right? No. No, Virginia's anti-SLAPP law was amended in 2017, but it's not nearly as vigorous as California's. And Johnny Depp very much wanted to bring the lawsuit here in Virginia to get out of California, and was only able to do that because the article that Amber Heard utilized was published via the Washington Post servers located in Springfield. He was also beyond the statute of limitations, and he needed that new publication in order to make the claim for fresh defamation or defamation within the statute of limitations. So that's what that one is. So shall we go to the Take Care of Maya and the Maya Kowalski case? I think we should. I think it's important that we do. So we're going to go ahead and swoop to that topic, go through that opinion, figure out where we go from here. Where does Maya Kowalski go from here? Because I will say that the court has made this a bit challenging for her. Can I change? Do you guys know in Adobe, can I change how a paper or a page displays? I would love to do black background, white text. I don't know if I can. It's always driven me nuts. Either way, suppose that we can do this. Make sure I've got this queued up. Elf Wiggins, that's a really good question. Do I think the Depp v. Heard case increased defamation's actions in Virginia? Let me give you one example. I've got a I think it varies. I think the Depp v. Heard case informed the public more broadly. People who might not have considered defamation, people who didn't know about defamation. That case was kind of a preview and gave people a bird's eye view of saying, look, there's a litigation tool that we can use, or that I can use, to prevent someone from saying something that I believe is false about me. Now, here's the challenge with that. A lot of people believe that things are defamation that are not. A lot of people don't understand defamation law. A lot of people don't understand that people are allowed to express opinions, even if we disagree with them vehemently. A lot of people don't understand that there's nuance and context, and that proving defamation is not easy. Not only that, but proving damages resulting from the defamation is remarkably difficult. What I have seen, though, is I have seen even very lawyers that I know and litigate against. I have seen lawyers that toss around the word defamation in a very irresponsible way. Like, I get letters from lawyers threatening that they're going to sue my client for defamation. And I read the statements, and I read what's being said, and I read the allegations as to what they are contending is defamatory. And it basically says, all right, I'll watch you do that. Go ahead. I'll get my attorney's fees. And I don't know that it's increased defamation lawsuits that have actually been filed. I do believe it probably increased the threats of defamation and the use of that threat to try and gain compliance by the other person to do something they wouldn't otherwise do. But I think that defamation in particular has always had a lot of misunderstandings about that area of law. A whole lot of misunderstandings about what that law entails and how difficult it is to prove. That you have to prove that there was a statement of fact, a factual statement, not a statement of opinion, a statement of fact that is demonstrably false about an individual, and that it was made publicly either to a third party, and that statement itself caused monetary injury to the person. And now there's defamation per se, where you're one of the categories of something that's defamatory per se is if you said that someone had a sexually transmitted disease, that itself is defamation per se. If you make a statement about someone's, if you say a defamatory statement about someone that implies their work or what they are able to do as a living, that can be defamation per se. And the thing with defamation per se is you don't have to prove that the damages stemmed from the defamation. You have to prove that in order to get the award, you have to prove. But defamation has an element of it that requires that you prove a damage resulting from the statement being made, which is usually the place where most people fall. Two places where people fall short. One, the statement not being actionable. It's not a statement of fact, or a statement that's purported to be factual. And then two, you can't prove damages resulting from the statement. So, for example, someone goes on Facebook and says that I am, I don't know, 4'6". Is it a false statement? Yes, it's a false statement. Is it about me? Yes. Am I able to prove that it's demonstrably false? Yes. Did it cause me any injury? Is there a damage that I can recover from the fact that the public now has this perception that I'm 4'6" and not 6 foot? No, I don't know how that would injure me. That's where a lot of people fall short. The other place is people don't understand what's a defamatory statement. Someone goes on Facebook and says, Rob's an asshole. Okay. Or Rob's a fraudster. That's another one. Rob's a fraudster. Rob's a snake. Okay. Does that statement carry with it some implication that I'm not a good person to do work with, or to contract with or anything else. Yeah, it absolutely. Was it damage my reputation? Probably. Depending on who heard it, who saw it, and from whom the statement was made. But is the statement an actionable statement? Is it a statement that suggests something that I can factually prove or disprove? No, it's very clearly a statement of opinion. And that's where a lot of those two prongs are where a lot of those cases fail. And honestly, in those two prongs is where I see even attorneys making very significant oversight or mistakes. And the worst part, another shitty part about it is I get these letters or these threats of a defamation lawsuit. And let's say hypothetically, the attorney knows that what they're sending to me is not actionable. That's not ethical. You can't be threatening to file a lawsuit that you don't have a legitimate basis to file or a factual basis to file. And to threaten it is stupid. Don't do that. And I wish attorneys would get in trouble for doing that crap. I hate that. Anyways, that's what I've kind of seen from the Depp v. Heard stuff and the aftermath of that. So I think it's pretty interesting. We'll have to see where we go with that. Let me see. Right now, I'm trying to find reader mode. There is read mode. Oh, I have read mode, but do I have dark mode in read mode? I don't know if I have dark mode. That's cool. I didn't know I had this power. I like this power. And I can highlight too. Hey, I should probably share what I'm doing. So we need to swoop. So anyone who's nervous about the swoop, we're going to do a double swoop. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, double swoop. Double swoop. Okay. Let us do this. So we covered extensively the case of Maya Kowalski against Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, JHACH. And this lawsuit actually goes through and gives a summary, or the appeal actually goes through and gives a factual summary of what the lawsuit was. So we can kind of cover that beforehand. Actually, that's probably the easiest way of doing it, is doing the factual summary and the recap in the context of the appellate decision. Maya Kowalski presented at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital with CRPS. Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital initiated an investigation or made a phone call to CPS, Child Protective Services. Child Protective Services in Florida had privately contracted with third parties to provide medical care teams for medical abuse. One of those providers, Sally Smith, engaged in certain conduct. Maya Kowalski was placed under protective care. The hospital was charged with implementing her care and imposing restrictions. Allegations where the hospital stepped outside the bounds of that care and what they were supposed to do, and instead were trying to prove that Maya Kowalski was not actually suffering from CRPS, but was instead a victim of mother's Munchausen's by proxy. As a part of this process, the dependency court entered various orders that restricted what could happen. After the hearing, or one of the hearings in the case, Maya Kowalski's mother, who was alleged to have been abusing Maya via ketamine treatments, via Munchausen's by proxy, after that dependency hearing where the hospital made very strong statements about her not being allowed near the child, Maya Kowalski, or Beata Kowalski, ended up taking her own life, left 2 notes blaming largely the hospital and the domestic and the dependency court for the circumstances that she found herself in. 2 years later, a year later, Maya Kowalski sued JHACH. During that lawsuit, the decision of the trial court was Judge Hunter Carroll was appealed to the Court of Appeals, which resulted in a stay of the lawsuit while the appeal was being determined on whether the lawsuit could proceed. The lawsuit ultimately did come back downstairs. from the appellate court to the trial court, went to trial in September of 2023. The trial went for several weeks. During the course of that trial, there was a lot of evidence produced, and the jury returned a verdict. I think it was $223 million verdict in favor of Maya Kowalski for the wrongful death of Beata Kowalski, various allegations of battery, unwanted and unwanted touching, false imprisonment, and various other claims. We'll get into more specifics as we go into this. Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital appealed that decision to the District Court of Appeal for the 2nd District of Florida. Oral arguments were held on February of 2025, and we have this opinion that came down from the Intermediate Appellate Court, not the highest appellate court, but the Intermediate Appellate Court, as a result of that determination. I think I got the timeline right. Pretty sure I did. We'll go through the facts as we walk through this. So we have here October 29th. The appellate record goes through all the different participants in the litigation and everyone that is a participant in the appeal. Appeal from Sarasota County Circuit Court, Hunter W. Carroll, the presiding judge, and the various lawyers that are participating in this. So JHACH is represented in the appeal by all these folks. What I found interesting was that the appellate court invited various amici to note or to offer briefs to help the court decide. So an amicus brief or an amici, amicus curiae, is a friend of the court. When a appellate court is faced with a decision that they have to make that might have implications beyond the two participants that are involved in the litigation before them, they will sometimes invite third parties to file a brief and say, hey, we trust the people that are in front of us to tell us what's going on, but we believe that you guys might have additional input because our decision might impact you one way or the other. So we invite you, or if you wish, you can seek leave from this court to file an amicus brief that might help us make the right determination. Various individuals submitted amicus briefs in this case. So you have the American Academy of Pediatrics and the Children's Hospital Association being one. Then you have Florida Hospital Association being another. And those amicus briefs become very relevant when you start seeing how the court makes its decision here. And then you have the various attorneys that were representing and have represented and are representing Maya Kowalski and the family. So the opinion begins. JHACH appeals from the final judgment rendered against it and in favor of Maya Kowalski. The final judgment awarded damages the Kowalskis for false imprisonment between October 7th and October 13th of 2016, intentional infliction of emotional distress, false imprisonment between October 18th and October 20th, false imprisonment on January 6th, 2027, medical negligence, battery on January 6th, 2017, battery for unspecified dates, and fraudulent billing. Those were the counts that went to the jury, and those are the counts the jury came back with in favor of the Kowalskis. And then the appellate court, pulling no punches, immediately goes in and says the trial court's erroneous interpretation and application of Section 39203(1)A and their erroneous denial of JHACH's motions for directed verdicts and their motion for a new trial require reversal of the final judgment. So the rest of the opinion will now go through the why. So the background is, in fall of 2015, Maya Kowalski was diagnosed with CRPS. Beata Kowalski became aware of CRPS prior to the diagnosis through one of her patients. It's a central nervous system disorder. It's characterized by severe regional pain with no apparent cause. Patients with CRPS experience an array of symptoms, including agonizing pain in the affected region or limb, extreme sensitivity to touch, light sensitivity, and lesions. Initial treatments for Maya included various things: warm water therapy, physical therapy, non-narcotic pain medications, and opioids. They don't know. There's no real diagnosis as to the exact cause of CRPS. They can't diagnose the cause of it. They can't figure out what's causing it. So realistically, you are treating the symptoms and not the actual disease. that's the challenge. So the symptoms, it ends up being significant pain. So a lot of CRPS patients are just dealing with chronic pain all the time. Chronic pain all the time, can't live with it. It's absolutely torture to them. So they receive things to help them treat the pain itself rather than any part of the disease. As a part of the treatment, Maya began receiving ketamine. The ketamine included Ms. Kowalski taking Maya to Mexico, where she was placed in a 5-day ketamine coma. If you're reading this, immediately you're starting to see the facts. This is starting to line up with how JHACH argued their position and their factual interpretation of everything that took place, which is not what I thought was going to happen after simply the oral arguments. So for a period of approximately 8 months, but prior to admission to JHACH, Maya was being treated with ketamine infusions through central venous port in her chest. The ketamine infusions were authorized and overseen by Dr. Ashraf Hanna, pain management doctor. Although ketamine had been the longest used and most successful treatment for Maya's CRPS prior to her admission to JHACH, Maya's physicians had also prescribed her other treatments, including hyperbaric oxygen and immune system stimulants. During most, if not the entirety of her treatment, Maya was unable to walk without assistance and was in a wheelchair. On the day before her admission to JHACH, Dr. Hanna advised that they had given the maximum dosage of ketamine that could be administered. So she had already received the maximum that they could, and they say, take the child to JHACH. October 7th, Mr. Kowalski brought Maya, then 10 years old, by the way, 10-year-old with a port for the administration of ketamine. It's pretty significant. 10 years old, to the emergency room. She presented with excruciating pain. Ms. Kowalski, upon arrival, was adamant that she received ketamine infusions. JHACH was able to confirm with Dr. Hanna that Maya was in his care and had been receiving the ketamine. The emergency room notes state that dosages at that level demanded by Ms. Kowalski could not be administered in the ER. Maya was ultimately admitted to the pediatric intensive care unit at JHACH. Concerned with Mrs. Kowalski's demands for ketamine and perceived inconsistencies between Mrs. Kowalski's recitation of Maya's medical history and JHACH's own observations, it's a very vague thing, very vague way of writing that, right? Concerned with the demands for ketamine and perceived inconsistencies between Maya Kowalski's recitation of Maya's medical history and JHACH's own observations. The recitation of Maya's medical history would suggest to me that it would be diagnosis history, the history of treatment, what treatments had been administered. But instead, I think the implication is that JHACH is saying that they saw in Maya something different than what was being reported from a diagnostic standpoint. Either way, social worker at JHACH, and then they highlighted this in accordance with JHACH policy, called the Department of Children and Families. The following day, so October 7th is the first call. The following day, October 6th, the JHACH contacted Sally Smith because of the suspected abuse. Dr. Smith, who had privileges at JHACH, is a pediatrician and was the medical director of the Child Protective Team in Pinellas County at that time. They left out in this recitation a whole lot of facts. Like, when did Dr. Sally Smith become involved? How did she become involved? And was it prior to or after the call? At what stage was she accessing Maya Kowalski's medical records? And they just kind of gloss over this. Just kind of fly right at that. Because the evidence adduced at trial was that Dr. Sally Smith, prior to being tasked or authorized by the Department of Children and Families, that she gained access to Maya Kowalski's medical history and was maneuvering behind the scenes to try and prompt what calls needed to be made. I think this disregards a lot of the facts that were presented at trial. And I don't necessarily know how relevant it is given the court's position what they ultimately turned their decision on. But you can see from the very beginning, I mean, this recitation of facts reads as if the hospital wrote it. So Dr. Smith, so October 9th, the second call from the social worker at JHACH was made to the Department of Child Abuse hotline. Second call resulted in immediate investigation. See this part too. So they say the second call resulted in immediate investigation on October 9th. But again, you're kind of glossing over everything that Sally Smith did prior to the investigation being authorized. When they look at the code section, it makes a bit difference. Yeah, Elf Wiggins, that's exactly right. She was working both sides of the report. On October 13th, Maya remained at JHACH, but was taken into department's custody. The department filed a dependency shelter petition requesting that Maya be placed in the shelter care of the department because the allegation that was she was abused, abandoned, or neglected, or was in imminent danger of abuse, abandonment, or neglect. The department sought medical shelter care for Maya and requested no contact between Maya and Mrs. Kowalski, but supervised visits between Maya and Mr. Kowalski and Maya's brother. On October 14th, following a hearing on the department's petition, Maya was placed in the shelter care of the department. The dependency court order provided that Mrs. Kowalski was to have no contact with Maya, pending psychological evaluations of both Mrs. Kowalski and Maya. The order further provided the department would make all efforts to identify an appropriate person at JHACH to supervise visitation between Maya and Mr. Kowalski. I thought this part was interesting too in the factual recitation as well, and I wondered why they highlighted it. Additionally, the order provided that in the event Maya's parents were unwilling, the department or, quote, the person primarily responsible of the care management, end quote, was authorized to consent, quote, to ordinary and necessary medical, end quote, examination and treatment of Maya. Kind of pissed me off when they wrote that there. I feel like that had some context that kind of needed to be added. Like, to whom are you referring, court? Were you talking about Kathy Beatty? Are you talking about other individuals at the hospital? Are you talking about the risk management team? Are you talking about the treating physicians? Who are you referring to? Because I know that the dependency court said this in their order. I also don't recall reading this part of the order in the trial, but either way. Thus, as of October 13th, Maya was in the custody of the department, and beginning October 14th, Maya was under jurisdiction of the dependency court. Okay. At trial, Mr. Kowalski testified that at some point between October 8th and 13th, he and Ms. Kowalski requested that Maya be released from JHACH, and the JHACH subsequently threatened them with arrest if Maya were to leave the hospital against medical advice. Okay. Which is, by the way, that's not a thing. You can't arrest if so. Anyways, Ms. Kowalski testified that JHACH advised him that Maya could not leave the hospital because Maya had to be safely weaned off of medications, including ketamine. Okay, evidence at trial established that JHACH attempted to transfer Maya to another hospital, but the Kowalskis would not consent to the transfer because the insurance codes on the transfer form indicated that Maya had Munchausen syndrome or conversion disorder, or was the nope. That's not true. Isn't this false chat? You guys know this as well. So the transfer codes indicated that Maya had Munchausen syndrome or conversion disorder. This highlighted part, I don't think is true. Or was the target of Munchausen syndrome by proxy? I don't think it says that. I don't think it said that at all. The diagnostic code indicated that she had Munchausen syndrome or conversion disorder. So because I think that was part of the contention, was that the hospital was not capable of giving a diagnosis of Munchausen syndrome because that would require a diagnosis of Beata, not Maya. And the codes did not indicate that Maya was suffering from CRPS. Ms. Kowalski would not sign the transfer form because they believed it would mean admitting guilt or blame. Footnote 4. For some reason, I starred that. Let's see. Evidence established that prior to Maya's admission to JHACH in October 2016, concerns had been raised about psychological factors affecting Maya's physical condition by medical professionals who had treated Maya at Tampa General and Lurie Christian or Children's Hospitals of Chicago. For the life of me, I watched every single minute of this trial. I watched all of it. If there were discussions about concerns during treatment at Tampa General and Lurie Children's Hospital, they were discussed in passing or at a glance. The Court of Appeals in this instance is very much looking like this is as if JHACH wrote the statement of facts. So Mr. Kowalski testified that without referencing the limitations and requirements of the dependency court orders, I underline that because I don't know that that was ever a restriction given or anything on. How is a lay witness? How is he expected to testify? And this is where you're going to start to see. A lot of the frustration I'm going to have here is the way this opinion is written. This case was a tightrope as it was, walking a line of immunity versus not immunity. And the way this opinion is written, I'm now wondering where the hell that line exists at all. If the opinion is saying that all conduct is immune, if it's saying that no conduct is immune, I mean, this right here, without referencing the limitations and requirements of dependency court orders, Mr. Kowalski testified that anything that he brought into the hospital had to be approved, whether it's clothing, food, or letters. So what are you supposed to do in that juncture? Is he, a lay witness, not a legal expert, supposed to testify that he was prohibited from bringing these things in? And was he supposed to offer in his own testimony that, yes, that prohibition was consistent with the dependency court order that I knew was in place? Or was it the role of JHACH to bring that up during cross-examination? I think this part really pissed me off because I don't think JHACH was restricted. I think JHACH was allowed to reference the order, and that these constraints were in place because of that order. JHACH had in their possession, they had the prerogative to get up and say, Mr. Kowalski, isn't it true that everything you just said about these restrictions, isn't it true that those were restrictions and requirements that were put in place by the order? And weren't the orders made a part of the record? They were. The orders were made a part of the record. So why is it on Jack Kowalski to know what he should or should not testify to when it's the prerogative of JHACH to bring the orders, and the orders actually were made a part of the record? That's the other part about this. He's allowed to testify whatever the fuck he wants, and within reason, right? But the orders being a part of the record, that's up to the lawyers to argue. The lawyers have to say in their closing argument, everything you just heard from Jack Kowalski has to be tempered against the fact that these orders, which are a part of the evidence before you, made that possible or forced that issue. So I think that's the big problem. I hate that. Food is required to be prepackaged. It could not be homemade. Mr. Kowalski testified that during one of his visits, Maya had asked him whether Mrs. Kowalski was in a mental institution. When Mr. Kowalski asked Maya why she would say that, Maya told him that a JHACH social worker assigned to the case, Kathy Beatty, had told Maya that Mrs. Kowalski was receiving mental health treatment, among other things, right? If you're going to recite the facts, recite the facts. the standard or the approach that the appeals court needs to take here is you have to, if you're gonna say the judge made an error of law in interpreting statute, then you have to look at all the facts that were presented to the court and how those facts applied, or how the law applied to those facts. If you're going to say that the judge made an evidentiary error, or that the jury just got it wrong, then you have to apply the facts in a light most favorable to the non-moving party, in a light most favorable to the individual who won at trial. Does this recitation of facts seem to be presented or stated in a light most favorable to the individual who won a trial? No. It's pretty amazing. I was pretty surprised by this. And I was more surprised by it with how the questioning went during the oral argument in this case. And I think I know why. And we do get to that pretty quickly. Mr. Kowalski further testified, or went on to testify, regarding his own interactions with Kathy Beatty. Oh yeah, nurses told Maya her illness was all in her head. Ms. Beatty told Maya she could be Maya's mother while Maya is there in the hospital. By the way, no reference to the sitting on her lap. Mr. Kowalski also testified regarding his own interaction with Kathy Beatty, when she asked him, "Did you ever consider divorcing your wife?" He responded, "What are you talking about?" And she said, "Oh, forget it," and walked away. There was another interaction, by the way, that gets left out of this factual recitation. The divorce topic came up more than once. So I don't understand why they're only referencing one occasion. Mr. Kowalski relayed to Mrs. Kowalski what happened during the visits with Maya and the information he had learned. Although he was aware that Maya had been moved to a new room on October 18, 2016, Mr. Kowalski testified that he was unaware that the new room, identified by JHACH staff as the EEG room, was under video surveillance until many, many years after the fact. Footnote, and I started this one. This one was, I thought, very interesting. JHACH's admission form includes the following language: "I understand that closed circuit television monitoring of patients' care may be used during the course of treatment." All right, appellate court. So I understand that the natural inclination of an individual that's writing might lean towards inserting a footnote that kind of is a, "Hey, look at you, you committed a self-own." Closed circuit television monitoring of patients' care may be used during the course of treatment. Do you think that blanket generalized statement of CCTV monitoring may exist during the course of treatment would necessarily cover this? That she was put into a room that, as an express purpose of the room, was to videotape her? I think that was pretty fascinating to me. Kind of bothered me the way that recitation existed. It also bothered me that wasn't made more of an issue at trial. Like, where was Ethan Shapiro during cross-examination? Did he just fall asleep? He testified that he never saw Maya mistreated. Likewise, he never saw nurses taking actions that he considered to be cold or unusual. No, you're right. He didn't. His testimony was directed at Kathy Beatty and Sally Smith. Maya testified at trial that the commode in the EEG room was far enough from the bed that she would have to stand up and walk to use it, which she could not do. Maya believed the nurses wanted to provoke her in order to prove that she could walk. She testified she was not permitted to speak with her mother and that this infuriated her. Although Maya was told that her pain was in her head and that she was making it up, Maya testified that she was not told that physicians believed that she had conversion disorder or Munchausen syndrome. See, Court of Appeals, this is called self-snitching. This is self-snitching. You see how up here, when you wrote this sentence, you wrote this sentence that I took significant issue with, and I didn't like it, and you need to get on your law clerk for fucking this one up. Where was it? There was there. Oh, here. The insurance codes and transfer form indicated that Maya had Munchausen syndrome or conversion disorder, or was the target of Munchausen syndrome by proxy. Okay. That or was the target was never in there. It was not a part of this. That was just made up out of nowhere. It's not a part of the record. If big powerful appellate court or the law clerks for these judges, if any one of you can point me to a part in the court record where that was actually what was on the billing codes and what was actually the codes that were presented to the Kowalskis, I don't know. I'll buy you a beer, glass of wine, something. But I'm 99% sure that was not the case. And here's the thing. When you, in your opinion, later on, go on and recite this, Maya testified that she was not told the physician believed that she had conversion disorder or Munchausen syndrome, and they leave out that other part, it goes to kind of prove my point. One instance Maya relayed involved a specific nurse verbally accosting her for not moving during a bed change. Despite Maya advising the nurse that she could not walk, stand, or roll, the nurse said, quote, "If you don't move right now or else," end quote. She recalled the nurse yelled at her for quite a while, saying, quote, "I know you can move. I know you're faking it. Just stand up. We all know," end quote. Okay, it's pretty rough. The Kowalskis are Catholic. I talked about this extensively during the trial, and Maya testified that she was not permitted to receive communion from her parish priest. She did receive communion from a priest associated with JHACH. Also, I don't believe this is part of the record. I believe that it was testified to that she could receive communion from a priest associated with JHACH if she wished. But that wasn't the point. I also believe that she was Polish Catholic, and the Eucharist, I believe, I talked to a priest about this at some point in time during the coverage of this trial. The administration of the Eucharist in the Polish community, I believe, is a little bit different than what conventional Catholics might perceive. So I think there was significance to this particular issue. And I believe that the testimony was that she was denied the Eucharist. I believe that was the testimony, that she was denied the ability to do that. And I believe there was a chaplain. There was not an actual Catholic priest, but I can't recall. But I don't think she ever received communion. Maya believed that outside food, including the communion wafer, was not permitted because there was a fear that Ms. Kowalski would tamper with it. It's not that this was openly told. This was openly expressed. Or add ketamine to it. She did not testify to the requirements of the dependency court orders in this regard. Are you kidding me? It was her prerogative. Oh, this is okay. All right, Court of Appeals. It was the prerogative of a minor, a child, 10 years old at admission to JHACH. It is that child's obligation when testifying as a 17-year-old. When testifying as a 17-year-old, they are required, this is the implication, they are required to testify with clarity that at the age of 10 or 11, they're required to testify that she wasn't allowed to receive food because it was part of the order. She wasn't supposed to know what was in the order or not. She was the ward. This is a really shitty recitation of facts. This is frustrating. Now, I like, we can get into the law and the legal argument in a minute, but this was frustrating. Maya reiterated in her own testimony that Ms. Beatty had told her that Mrs. Kowalski was in a mental institution. Maya quickly learned that Ms. Beatty's statement was false, and Maya believed that statement was intended to manipulate Maya into thinking that her mother was sick and therefore making Maya sick. Maya also reiterated that Ms. Beatty told her, "I'm not trying to be your mother, but I can be." Ms. Kowalski was born in Poland. Maya often spoke in Polish with her mother before her admission to JHACH. Although the dependency court eventually permitted Mrs. Kowalski to have supervised phone and FaceTime calls with Maya, Maya was not permitted to speak Polish with her mother, and the calls were limited to basic and insignificant things. This is pretty routine. I didn't have an issue with this. An audio recording was played of one conversation wherein a female voice advised Mrs. Kowalski that, quote, "We are not allowed to talk about dependency case," end quote, after Mrs. Kowalski told Maya that as soon as the judge makes a decision, she'd be able to see Maya again. I honestly thought that redirection was not a problem. The supervision of the communication, that is appropriate. Beata Kowalski should not have conveyed to Maya anything about that, about the decision being made or otherwise. It's a very difficult thing to tell parents and how to communicate to children when they ask those questions. It's something that we field all the time. A final instance involving Ms. Beatty occurred when Ms. Beatty took photographs of Maya before Maya left the hospital for a dependency court hearing on January 6th, 2017. Maya testified that Ms. Beatty came to Maya's room and told Maya that if Maya wanted to go to court, she was going to have to be stripped naked and photographed. Ms. Beatty and a nurse did photograph Maya before court. Maya was wearing a training bra and shorts in the photographs. How's that supposed to make that better? He understood the photos were for purposes of the dependency case. You know what they leave out of this? Here's what they leave out of this. The hospital said the photographs were for purposes of treatment. The hospital said the photographs were for treatment purposes. That was the position of the hospital. And then later, it gets revealed during the course of trial that no, the photographs were taken at the direction of the hospital's risk management team. What? But we just missed that. That's just gone. Whoop. Not important. Don't need to do it. And it was on personal phones. That's right. It was on personal phones. What a clusterfuck. Maya testified that she was in worse condition when she was released from JHACH in January 2017 than when she was admitted. She also testified that by her 7th and 8th grade years in school, August 2018 through May 2020, she was participating in physical activities without restrictions. I mean, talk about, like I said, this is written as though JHACH wrote it. Do we need to go back to the oral argument and listen to some of this stuff? Because I'm kind of perplexed. Like, this is confusing. You would at least expect a somewhat neutral recitation of the facts here, right? You would really expect that if we're listening to, or if we're reading the statement of facts that was the entire case, the appellate record of it. I mean, let me see if that's actually up. Oral arguments. Let's see. Let's see. I don't know if I wanted to watch the appellate court. Second, folks. Let me do this. Okay. I'm going to switch this down for a second. And boost the audio. I'll share this in a moment. Okay, let's see. Let's pull this on the stage. So Judge Black, this is the judge who writes this, who's author of the opinion. And I kind of want to see, I just want to play a little bit of this because I want to get an impression of something about this opinion feels inconsistent with what we perceived when we were watching the oral arguments, which I'm always cautious about oral arguments. I think I even was cautious in hedging my bets a little bit on this one, but I still thought that there would be some, I thought it was going to be upheld a little bit.
Each side has 30 minutes for this case. Rebuttal time for the appellant we will limit to 5 minutes. So if you are ready to go, let's proceed.
Good morning, Your Honors. May it please the Court. Derek Steichleather on behalf of the Appellant Hospital, and under Judge Lewis's direction, I will have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Well,
The $261 million verdict in this case sprang from 3 clear legal errors. And if I could take about 90 seconds to give an overview of what those errors were and why they denied the hospital a fair.
Can we hear the audio? And I don't mean whether it's quiet or not. I have this thing jacked up to 600%. So clarify, chat, if you can hear the audio.
Trial. I'd say first, the plaintiffs were allowed to accuse the hospital of causing the suicide of a patient's mother 3 months after the mother had last set foot in the hospital. Second, the plaintiffs were also allowed, without any competent evidence to prove any of the elements of insurance fraud, to repeatedly accuse the hospital of engaging in fraud, lying and stealing from the family that sought care at the hospital. And third, the trial court profoundly misconstrued the protections of Chapter 39 immunity, limiting it only to reporting immunity and conduct at the dependency court proceedings.
That's where the appellate court ends up hanging a lot of the argument.
3 major errors set the stage for wild allegations that this is a hospital that kidnapped and tortured a little girl in order to kill her mother. That did not give the hospital a fair trial, and a retrial is necessary that does not include claims that we caused the suicide of a non-patient, that does not include unsupported claims that we engage in insurance fraud and steal from our families, and only follows a proper application of Chapter 39 such that the hospital is not held liable for conduct that is protected by the order of the legislature, and even for conduct that wasn't even hospital employees or agents, that was state actors.
Could you round out your understanding or your position as far as the immunity? Obviously, you feel that it's too narrowly, the statute's too narrowly construed. How would you view the immunity that the hospital arguably is entitled to?
The immunity first expressly covers any act authorized by Chapter 39. I think that's the first important point because the judge said it covers reporting. From there, the authorizations, Chapter 39 is a voluminous chapter, and the legislature has said that this is a robust immunity. Courts have said this is a broad immunity, and there are very strong public policy reasons for that. I think particularly relevant here, there are immunities granted under Section 39.303(3), subsections A and subsections F, that apply to the Child Protection Team. Dr. Sally Smith, in this case, is the Child Protection Team Medical Director for Pinellas County. She was actively involved in what were child protection activities throughout. Subsection A in 39.303(3) gives her the power to diagnose and evaluate a patient. It gives her the power to order laboratory tests, to perform x-rays. And subsection F gives her the authority to collaborate with the treaters to develop a treatment plan.
But when?
You would agree that even with the immunity, that if there were an intervening tortious act by the hospital, that would not be covered under that immunity?
It would depend on what the act is. The problem here is that much of the immune conduct was just labeled tortious. You tortiously.
Well, let's just
Certainly.
take the claims as they are, the intentional infliction.
And I think this judge, the judge speaking, is the one I believe who writes the concurring opinion. Let's see. Let's go on, because I want to start to get where they start asking him questions more.
Statements that the daughter's faking it. You have, my mic is going out. You have some allegations of interference with her religion, and it was noted that she was extremely religious. And you have them challenging her medical profession as a nurse, and then challenging her as a mom for the way that she treated her daughter. And my point to all of that is that's like everything of the woman. You know, that's like her whole existence. It wasn't just one thing that she was being challenged on, it was all of those things. Why is that not enough evidence on the issue that was the Nelson that they remanded for, not enough to go to the jury?
I think the most important distinction is that Nelson versus Seaboard is a FELA case, the Federal Employers Liability Act, and that has a almost non-existent causation requirement. FELA cases, the instructions that go to the juries are, if you find even in the slightest that this caused, you can find liability. And consistent with the best interest of the child and the best interest of the care. When the theory of the case, the theory of the detention is the mother may kill this child. The mother not only, and this is not a case of a parent who drinks a case of beer and starts wailing on the kids where simply physical separation solves it. This is a psychiatric dynamic that's going on between the two, and that's the leading theory. And the mother is not the patient of the hospital. And if it's presented as a medical malpractice case where, well, did you have advanced psychiatric experts? Are you absolutely certain the mother had this problem? That cannot be the standard. The hospital has to have.
I'm trying to get my arms around this. How is it in the best interest of the child to videotape her to prove their theory when the risk was that if she was incapable of getting out of bed, they would rather her fall to prove that the mom was right, or to prove that she actually was a victim of Munchausen by proxy?
No, there's no desire to create a fall or anything like that, and that among all the conspiracy theories, that has not been suggested that they wanted the child to fall. The idea.
Yes, it was. Hey, Ian, how are you?
Am I not getting out?
Can you hear everybody? Well, if your audio is there. We see you. We see you, but we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay. I just had to futz with my settings.
How you doing? Tuning
I'm
in
doing all right.
from Extra Life.
I am tuning in from Extra Life Unlimited.
Very cool. What are you up to? How you doing? What was your day?
No, this is not better.
That makes it. Don't do that.
Yeah, no, that is worse. Well, day's pretty good overall. I am super freaking tired though.
It happens.
Yeah, I wanted to come and say, hey, people should donate to the fundraiser. Although it sounds like you've been up to that already. I've seen a few donations roll in.
I did. I even have a thing pinned at the top of the chat.
Excellent. November 15th will be the 24-hour live stream.
Yep.
And yeah, what is it? And I guess for anybody in Salt Lake City or environs, November 11th, we're doing a meetup. So.
Oh, I do. November 11th being Tuesday of this coming week.
Yes. That will be.
I don't know if you missed the earlier part of the live stream. I have trial, I think, every single week from now until the new year.
Why?
I don't ask me that question. I don't know the answer to that question. It was, I don't know. It's just, that's how the cookies crumbled. That's how everything fell. I'm just doomed for everything. But
That is terrible life choices.
I know, but I actually put on my trial calendar, so my paralegal saw it as well, that I actually put FNF next Friday on my calendar because I'm doing that so that I can kick off the extra life and fund that. Because you
Nice.
begin at midnight, right?
I have not decided what time. Midnight's not a bad time to start. Because then I can get some sleep between work and then. And what is it? Get some sleep then, and then start up and sort of go through the roughest part of the grind. And yeah.
Yeah. So made it clear that I would be doing, so that's on my trial calendar, so my paralegal saw it. So everyone sees that I'm doing my live stream on Friday of next week, so no one could book anything, any hearings, any appearances when that happens. Oh, okay. Yeah. There. Oh, look. Shay B coming in and saying, "Hi, Shay B. Hey, Ian, I'm sorry I won't be able to make it to Salt Lake City due to strep, but I did donate to the cause. We'll send money for a drink on me."
Well, thank you. I'm sorry I'm not going to be able to meet up. That sucks. But yeah, I guess strep would be a pretty terrible thing to get just before the 24-hour live stream where I've got to talk for 24 hours.
Yeah, that can be pretty rough.
Maybe I should actually go on Amazon right now and order some of that performer throat spray stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that seems like a thing there.
Probably not the worst idea.
I'm gonna order like 3 of them. Like 3.
You sticking around for a few minutes?
I will absolutely stick around for a few minutes.
Okay. Because what I had done is I was pulling this back up. Did you read? Have you seen the appeal, the decision for on the Maya case coming back from the Court of Appeals?
Yes, I covered it. And somebody says, so no auction. There's absolutely going to be an auction.
There's auction. Yeah.
And I'm thinking one of the things I might put up for auction is running a one shot. Like whoever wins, them and their friends, I'll run a one shot and yeah.
Oh, I like that idea.
Yeah.
I like that idea a lot.
So, and if they want at the end, and assuming it, stays, within the sort of boundaries of sanity.
Reason?
Yeah, reason. We could put it up on Roll of Law afterwards, but that would be on, their call. So
I think it's a wonderful idea. I love that idea.
Yeah, I think it's
so before we get in, before we continue with the coverage on the Maya Kowalski verdict and the appeal and the overturning of that, did you have any impressions from reading the opinion?
Yeah, I hate it. And
thought it was really interesting.
They're like, they kind of hate the jury.
I don't know that they hate the jury as much as I'm going through the factual summary right now. Let me pull this down. Going through the factual summary, and one of the things I'm noticing is that the factual summary is basically a recitation of the argument by JHACH. Yes. It's like just almost taken, they're glossing over, they're just completely omitting certain parts of the record that were very clearly there, and they're making reference to certain things that occurred in the record that actually didn't. So yeah, I was pretty confused by that. But yeah. So then we're at the point where they're talking about Kathy Beatty's deposition. They play the deposition. Ms. Beatty testified she was required to follow dependency court shelter orders. And it was the dependency court that determined who Maya could see and when. That also was not necessarily consistent with how she testified. she also testified that she had a certain amount of discretion in making determinations. She actually testified rather arrogantly in what she was allowed to do and decide. The Department of JHACH to some extent determined how to implement those parameters. This is like watering down the statement as much as possible because
Oh, yeah,
Kathy Beattie was pretty adamant that she was the one in control.
My take on it is that essentially they got the thing about, you know, if you don't find for
the
us,
amicus.
then you know, cats will start living with dogs, and there's going to be a reign of toads, and you know, all of those things, and went, well, now we have to find a way for JHATCH to win, and yeah.
And I think it becomes very notable. Oh, and I had this question too, because they played the depot. Much of Ms. and there's a footnote, much of Ms. Beattie's testimony concerning actions authorized or required by Chapter 39 and responses to question mischaracterizing JHATCH's continued involvement as, quote, taking this child away from her parents, end quote. And I had a question here because the portions of the depositions, Judge Carroll didn't make a lot of rulings on what could be played or not. It seemed as though a lot of those came in by stipulation or agreement as to what parts of the depots they were allowed to play. So I was wondering whether or not the parts of the depots that the appellate court seems kind of remiss on not being played was whether it was stricken by agreement, or was it a court ruling that excluded that part? And then didn't JHATCH have the opportunity during those depositions to ask clarifying questions of Kathy Beattie? Like if there was information that was being presented, wasn't it the prerogative of JHATCH to make those clarifications? Like you have to put the burden on them. Like if I'm the plaintiff in a case and it's a hit and run case, and if I'm the plaintiff, maybe hit and run is a bad example. If I am the one who's filing the lawsuit and I get up and testify and I say, well, this person hit me in the face, is it my obligation to say they hit me in the face after I hit them? Or is it the other person that I'm suing? Is the onus on them to get up and say, well, you were hit in the face after you hit my client in the face, right? Like
Right.
You have to put some burden on the defense here. And it seems like everything that the appellate court focuses on is what was presented to the jury with this pretend lens that JHATCH was not in the room, that JHATCH was litigating with their hands tied behind their back, which they absolutely were not.
Yeah, it's like, did you think that this was like some poor self-rep who was being abused?
Well, you get the implication that was kind of how they ruled on it. Let's see. Then we go on.
Feeling
Monitoring
like be a bit of a jerk and set up like a what do you call it? Like a law tube leaderboard.
Oh.
And just look at the donations and just be like, all right, let's see who on LawTube is where.
Oh, I wouldn't. If I leave monetization, if I leave monetization open on FNF, and I do what I did last year, which is basically just pass that on, I think I would jump up the leaderboard pretty quick.
That's kind of the thing to be like, all right, we're gonna pressure some people into making some donations.
That's not a terrible idea. So Ms. Beattie testified the department asked JHATCH to monitor Maya's calls, and that at times calls came through Ms. Beattie's phone, and she would put her phone on speaker to allow Maya to have the conversation. Ms. Beattie supervised phone calls between Maya and Beata. Once the dependency court authorized supervised contact, at no time did the dependency court authorize in-person visits between Maya and Beata. Ms. Beattie testified that in January 2017, JHATCH's risk department asked Ms. Beattie and other persons to take photographs of Maya before she was taken to a January 6th dependency court hearing. The request for photographs had been made by an attending physician at JHATCH. What they're leaving out here is that it was presented that this was a part of her treatment, that this was for medical purposes, that this was at the request of a physician, but why wasn't it in her medical file? They're kind of leaving that part entirely out. She confirmed that at the time of the photographs, Maya was in the custody of the department and that the department was getting ready to take their own pictures as well. No one explained to Ms. Beatty why she was taking photographs of Maya. This is straight. It's written by JHACH. This is like as if they took it from JHACH's brief and put it in here. Ms. Beatty noted that the email she received addressed concerns that Maya was self-mutilating and had scratches on her body. Was that note presented to court and offered as evidence? Because I don't remember that part of her testimony, but I might be mistaken. On January 6th, the dependency court ordered that Maya remain sheltered and set a February 2017 trial date. Ms. Kowalski committed suicide the following day on January 7th, leaving 2 notes. The notes basically reflected frustration with the court proceedings and JHACH. 1 week later, the dependency court allowed Maya to be released from JHACH and to resume living with Mr. Kowalski. During the months that Maya was sheltered at JHACH, she was weaned off of ketamine. She wasn't allowed to receive it. And the dependency court released Maya from JHACH, prohibiting additional ketamine treatment. This one, I even highlighted this, saying this is directly from Shapiro's closing argument. Maya had been admitted to JHACH in severe pain, unable to walk, and receiving high doses of ketamine. When she was discharged from JHACH, she was still in significant pain and unable to walk. At the time of the trial, the only medications she routinely took were Claritin, Flonase, and sleep aid. She'd been able to walk, run, and ice skate. Maya testified that she had experienced no CRPS flare-ups in the 3 years following her January 2017 discharge. Like I said, this is almost straight from the brief of JHACH. So the Kowalski's filed their lawsuit on October 5th, 2018. The operative 8th amended complaint was filed on January 24th, 2023. More than 50 pretrial motions were litigated and resolved before this trial was heard by a jury. Can you imagine a world where in a single trial, Ian, you have 50 pretrial motions?
That is a lot.
Mm-hmm. And not like little one-off motions that are like, hey, we would like the jury to see this photograph and this photograph. No, 50 substantive motions that were not easy to resolve. On November 9th, 2023, the jury returned a verdict. Post-verdict, JHACH filed an omnibus renewed motion for directed verdict. Court denied it, then entered final judgment. Court then goes and says, we review statutory interpretation de novo, which means we look at it brand new without any weight given to prior determination. So whether the judge made the decision in the first instance. Must evaluate the testimony in the light most favorable to the non-moving party, and every reasonable inference deducted from the evidence must be indulged in favor of the non-moving party. See, the funny thing is they recite that here. They said, we have to evaluate the testimony in the light most favorable to the non-moving party. Okay. The entire factual summary that I just read is not in the light most favorable to the non-moving party. The entire factual summary that I just read is probably picked word for word from the opening brief written by JHACH. How are you applying this standard in the light most favorable to the prevailing party at the trial or to the non-moving party, the Kowalskis, giving them every benefit and every inference in their favor? Review for the new trials, abuse of discretion. Then we talk about the immunity. And this is the part that requires a lot of clarification. Pre-trial, JHACH moved for partial summary judgment based on immunity afforded by 39-203. They argued that, as relevant to the appeal, every claim against it, except the battery claims, were precluded as a matter of law because JHACH had reasonable cause to report the suspected abuse and was otherwise participating in Chapter 39 proceedings. The trial court then carved it out and created a very narrow interpretation that basically said, that the Court of Appeal says that the interpretation of the trial court is wrong. So the trial court considered 2 sections. So any person, so section 39-201, any person who knows or has reasonable cause to suspect that a child is abused, abandoned, or neglected by a parent shall report. such knowledge or suspicion to the department in the manner prescribed by subsection 2. So this is the mandatory reporting. Suspected child abuse by a parent must be reported immediately, and any person who is required to report known or suspected child abuse who fails to do so commits a felony. So this is the teeth that mandatory reporters are concerned with. The failing to report suspected abuse when you have evidence of that abuse is a felony. Section 203, so 39203, is essentially what grants immunity. Now, this section is remarkably broad. Any person, official, or institution, so anyone, participating in good faith in any act authorized or required by this chapter, or reporting in good faith any instance of child abuse, abandonment, or neglect to the department or any law enforcement agency shall be immune from any civil or criminal liability which might otherwise result by reason of such action. Basically, if you are acting in good faith in making the report, if you have a good faith belief that what you are observing is child abuse, that report is protected. You are immune, completely immune. Okay. And then that's the reporting section of this. And then this part here, participating in good faith in any act authorized or required by this chapter. That's where the court goes and expands. It makes the really expansive approach on this. And they explain why. The opinions that Judge Hunter, Judge Carroll relied on, addressed the issues of reporting, but did not really address issues of other acts after that report takes place. So what this one was, the cases dealt with doctors that made the report and lawsuits on the basis of that report, as the report being not a good faith report. So people sued, said, "Doc, you should never made this report of the suspected abuse. We would never be here if you hadn't. We are suing you because you did that." Not the case. So here's where the statute has a bit of a nuance to it. Once reasonable cause has been shown, a reporter complying with the statutory mandate to make a report is, by definition, acting in good faith. However, the absence of reasonable cause does not prove liability. It just removes immunity. So you have to go one step further. If the objective evidence does not support the conclusion that there was reasonable cause to make the report, the doctor can still be immune by showing that the report was made in good faith. Okay? So you either have the objective evidence, or even if you don't have the objective evidence, if you believe and are acting in good faith, you're protected. So if a reasonable basis existed to report the abuse, the motive in making the report is irrelevant. Does not matter if you really hate the person you're reporting. If you have a legitimate reason to do it, you're protected. Based on the facts before it and the above cited precedent, the trial court determined very easily that JHACH had reasonable cause to report suspected abuse to the department hotline. What was being presented to them was something that gave them concern. They had the ability to make the report. And I don't think anyone really disputed that. No one really disputed that JHACH could have made the report on the facts that they had. So the trial court makes that finding and says that they are protected and they're immune from any civil claim which might otherwise result by reason of the report. But they don't say anything about participating in good faith in any act authorized or required by Chapter 39. And this is where I think the Court of Appeals starts to dance a really fine line that I'm not comfortable with, really, because the legislature drafted this statute as vague as could possibly be. What is any act authorized or required by the chapter? Like, how far does that go? That's what I mean. Like, if the Department of Children and Families somehow gives an instruction that says, I don't know, something ridiculous, leave the child outside to prove that they will come inside, and it goes like below 0 and the child gets frostbite. Are you saying that the hospital care provider is immune, like entirely immune, because they're acting at the direction of the department?
Kids
Something
need
about
discipline, and I backhanded this kid, and that falls into discipline. So
it's just a very strange way of arguing it. So the facts of this case are unusual in that the reporter, for purposes of sections 39-201 and 203, remained a participant in Maya's care. Beyond the initial shelter hearing, it was required to comply with the dependency court orders by virtue. This is a way that they're glossing the facts that undersells a lot. It's not just that the individual making the report remained a participant in her care. It's that the person, there was like no delineating line in the roles that this person played. Were they instructing the care? Were they instructing the investigation? What role were they playing? Were they playing a dual role? Are they allowed to play a dual role? Are they an investigator or are they a care provider? Who are they? Because this is Sally Smith. As the shelter placement, JHACH was required to implement the dependency court orders. No one disputes that. Those orders required JHACH to comply with the visitation guidelines set forth in the orders, as well as manage correspondence between Maya and Mrs. Kowalski. Moreover, the orders directed the court would not micromanage or countermand JHACH's policies. Okay, so JHACH's policies, but what about individuals acting maybe in conformity with those policies or inconsistent with those policies? And that absent, quote, clear and compelling reasons, JHACH staff was to be free to address the medical needs of their patients without the court, their parents, or others interfering with their professional judgment. But the orders were admitted at trial, so the jury had them. They had the ability to consider this. And then we go on, within the text of the chapter, the legislature establishes its intent expressly. And this is where people are going to yell at me. People are going to get mad. The purpose of Chapter 39 is to provide for the care, safety, and protection of children and to prevent the occurrence of child abuse, neglect, and abandonment. The legislature further stated its intent to be liberally interpreted and construed in conformity with declared purpose. Courts may not extend, modify, or limit the statute's express terms or reasonable or obvious implications. However, the trial court here committed error by not considering the entirety of the section and its application to the facts in this case beyond JHACH's immunity from claims premised on or immediately resulting from the reports of suspected abuse. And then the Court of Appeals, with some set of balls, makes this statement, and nothing in the record suggests that JHACH's participation in implementing the dependency court orders, as it was required to do, was not done in good faith.
yeah, that is ballsy. It is not brainsy. It is ballsy.
It is that one sentence. I read that, and I must have read that 3 or 4 times. I was like, on this record, how can you, as the appellate court judge, come out and say, and nothing in this record suggests that anything of their participation in implementing these orders was not done in good faith? I mean,
you can say anything if you're just willing to, not
like,
do it in good faith.
did they read the record? Did they go back through the transcript? Did they look at everything that was presented at trial? Because there was a whole lot presented that demonstrated some not necessarily good faith conduct by JHACH or its agents. This just seems completely disconnected from what happened at trial. I was just very confused by this. Sure. And they cite these other cases. And as part of one of these cases, I highlighted this part because this is important. The legislature, when they created this statute, they did not condition immunity on doing more than seeking medical assistance in good faith. They could have imposed more conditions. So the statutory scheme at issue, this immunity scheme, and people have this broad overarching question. how can a hospital or the care providers be granted immunity from civil suit for any conduct that they're engaging in when they're acting after CPS does an investigation? And the explanation is basically this. And they quote the language from one of the cases. It's intended to protect those who might be overzealous in protecting the children from potential abuse. If you're balancing the risk of harms, if you're balancing whether or not you are going to be more protective and granting immunity to people who are trying to protect those who could not protect themselves. I mean, think about the flip side of that coin. If, let's say that you, a private citizen, see a parent just, oh no, we'll do this. Let's say that you're a teacher. You're a teacher and you see one of your students come to school every day. And they come to school every day with a black eye. Every single day they come to school with a black eye. Sometimes the right eye, sometimes the left eye.
You know, just for variety.
It's a variety. And you know, as a teacher, that you're a mandatory reporter. But you also know that last year, another teacher at a different school made a report to CPS and faced a lawsuit. And as a part of that lawsuit, maybe they won in the end, but they had to put up a lot of their own money to defend the lawsuit against them for making the report because the allegation was they made the report wrongfully. And then you, because you know that this happened to the other teacher at the other school, you say, you know what? I don't want that to happen to me. And I'm very concerned about what's going on with this child and the fact that they're showing up with a black eye every single day. I don't know that the parent inflicted that black eye. So I'm not going to make the report because I'm scared shitless I'm going to get sued. That's the fear. That is why these statutes extend immunity. That's why they protect the individuals who report conduct or report concerns or behavior, because you want to make sure that the reports are being made, because the concern is if the reports aren't being made, the child who is not capable of defending themselves, the child is the one who suffers. And the trade-off it's not even a real thing. The number of examples that exist going back historically of CPS being involved a minute too late, or the police arriving and all of a sudden the child is seriously injured, maimed, or killed, when reports existed past, or we all should have seen the red flags, they're just all over the place. So you have to find a way of protecting individuals making the reports so that they're not afraid to make the damn report. So right after saying this section, they then go on to say it's not an absolute immunity. All right, cool. Court of Appeals, now tell me where the immunity doesn't exist, because it's pretty clear you kind of said they're immune for everything. So where does the immunity not exist? So the Court of Appeals says the immunity exists from liability for everything that might result from good faith reporting or good faith participation acts authorized or required by the chapter. Great. What does that mean? How do I define that? I don't know what that means. It protects against liability from carrying out the protective measures. Okay. But it does not protect against failing to carry out protective measures. Cool. So the only thing that is not immune, the only thing that I'm not protected by is if I fail to actually do these additional things. What a strange way of phrasing that. So you're protected from doing anything to carry it out, but you're not protected, of just sitting on the sidelines. There are complexities created by the interplay of Chapter 39 with the claims raised in this case. And this is where I was reading the opinion and I was wondering how the Court of Appeals got to where they are. Why are we here? Why are all these facts seem the way they are? And I read this one paragraph and section. And I was like, oh, there it is. That's why. I understand now. We are aided in interpreting and applying Chapter 39 by the amicus curiae briefs filed by the American Academy of Pediatrics, the Children's Hospital Association, and the Florida Hospital Association. How many times in appellate court record or an appellate court opinion does the appeals court rely on the amici? Just generally speaking. Are you familiar, Ian? Do you?
Very rarely. And in this case, they basically just, go wild with them.
Yep. Almost never. Because the Court of Appeals should properly be focused on the parties before it, the parties that are present. They should be focused on properly resolving the dispute that is at issue before them. Not thinking, well, holy crap, if I allow this judgment to stand, then the entire sky will fall. So this was just wild. Florida Hospital Association articulated its concerns with the trial court's ruling in this case. The fact that this entire paragraph or this entire thing is quoted verbatim by the Court of Appeals is just
wild.
I couldn't believe it. I really couldn't. Like to really embrace the argument whole cloth to the point where the Court of Appeals is essentially just recapping the entire concern of this is really frustrating to me. The trial court found, so this is quoting from the amicus brief. Trial court found as a matter of law that JHACH had a reasonable basis for suspecting that their patient was the subject of child abuse. That JHACH acted in good faith in reporting that suspicion, and that they could not be held liable for any action or any cause of action directly arising from sheltering the child pursuant to a court order. Unfortunately, these findings were rendered meaningless at the trial itself when the court permitted the Kowalskis to attack JHACH's basis for suspecting abuse, its motives for reporting that suspicion, and present evidence to the jury of the psychological impact of the court-ordered shelter period. The actions of JHACH with respect to their good faith mandatory reporting were repeatedly called into question and leveraged by the Kowalskis in their effort to secure a finding of civil liability and an award for damages. And I put my little note there. How the hell else do you walk this line? Because what this statement suggests is that there are going to be no more trials like this. This statement suggests that you could never bring a trial on fact here this way or any on this basis at all.
Yeah.
Like if think about how you would prove an unwanted touching, a battery, or intentional infliction of emotional distress. How would you prove any of these causes of action, even if the conduct of the hospital was beyond the scope of the orders? So let's say the order said, you can, I don't know. Let's say the order is as specific as you can house the child in the east wing of the hospital, but the hospital moves the child to the west wing of the hospital. So clearly inconsistent with the court order. And then the hospital holds them over and does not release the child. How can you bring a cause of action based on that if you are not allowed to introduce facts as to what was allowed or not allowed and the hospital's conduct and perception of what they believed was allowed and of why they continued to act in a way that was inconsistent with that? It doesn't exist anymore. On this reading, there's nothing you can do. What are you supposed to do? And how is a trial judge supposed to let this happen? Sorry, Ian, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, I said there's just no point bringing a case now.
It feels that way. And I don't think that's not Did anyone come out of watching that trial and look at this and say, you know what? I sign off on every single thing the hospital did. Even the people that were stands for the hospital, the people that were like, Maya Kowalski is an abuser of Maya Kowalski and ketamine was bad. I mean, I'll be open and honest with it. I was uncomfortable with the amount of ketamine that Beata was giving Maya. I was emphatically uncomfortable with that. I thought that was a really big issue.
It's not that much ketamine. If you're
The
a
5-day
horse.
coma, the ketamine coma.
Again, it's not that much if you're a horse.
It was a significant amount of ketamine, and it was a very a bespoke treatment. So I can see all the red flags. I think the red flags are there. But even in light of all of that, I look at the hospital's conduct that was presented during the trial, and I'm like, oh no. I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay with the hospital doing that type of behavior. The hospital without the shelter order being in place. The shelter order is not in place, and the hospital goes to JHACH Kowalski and says, if you leave the premises with your daughter, you're going to be arrested. Fuck you. I'm not okay with that. No, that is, you are not allowed to do that. So what this order says is that the hospital, after making the report, was essentially immune in detaining the child before a court order said they could. What? So even if you are let's say you're completely on the side of JHACH in this, do you want hospitals feeling completely protected and immune in doing anything they want to do? As long as they have an order? Because the other thing is the hospital is going to go in front of the judge and the dependency judge, and the hospital is going to tell that judge, and I imagine they did in this case, you tell that judge, well, judge, we don't want you to be too restrictive in the terms of your order because we might need to provide some form of care that we can't anticipate at this juncture. And the judge is going to say, that sounds practical. I'm not going to micromanage. Here, you're the medical professional. You do what you think is appropriate. Is that carte blanche for the hospital to do whatever the fuck they want? That's what this suggests. So the trial court found that the immunity flows from any civil liability that may result by reason of the child abuse report, and that without question, an investigation, shelter, removal, custody, prohibiting visitation, are all outcomes that could logically occur from the report of the abuse hotline. Okay. Trial court found that dependency court orders, so the shelter order, the restricting prohibited visitation, may result from the reporting and investigation of abuse, yet the trial court failed to give effect to its interpretation by permitting the jury to hear significant and inflammatory testimony concerning the restrictions put in place by the dependency court and the impacts of those restrictions on the Kowalskis. No, I think this is also an issue where how is a judge supposed to do this? So a judge is now going to go in and say, you can't testify that you were sad because you couldn't see your mom. You're not allowed to testify to that. Talk about tying an arm behind someone's back. For example, Mr. Kowalski testified that Ms. Kowalski lost consciousness and fell on the floor upon learning that she was not going to be able to see Maya. And that during the time that she was unable to see Maya, she deteriorated. She was losing hope. The hell else are you going to say? How do you present the case without being able to talk about that?
I mean, what is left of the case after that, after you cut that out?
Maya testified that she was suspicious about comments being made to her and the restrictions placed on her. No one ever directly told her what was going on. She had to figure out for herself that she was being stripped from her family. Testified that JHACH provided her with a My Care journal, and that in it she listed names of JHACH doctors and nurses with notations and drawings. I was trying to get out of the hospital, and I'm like 10. So I'm thinking, if they think I like you, then I'll get out. Trial court erred by not giving effect to that portion of the statute to which it assigned meaning. So the immunity, I kind of want to, this is kind of where I got caught up and stopped in my full in-depth review. So new trial is required on all counts not otherwise disposed of by this opinion. Let's see. So where was it here? So section 39-203 provides immunity from civil liability, which might otherwise result by reason of both reporting in good faith in any instance of child abuse and participating in good faith in any act authorized or required by Chapter 39. 91 of Maya's 97 days in JHACH were the result of the dependency court orders, wherein the department had been given placement and care responsibility of Maya while she remained under protective supervision. Here's the other question I have. Can I go into what the hospital did as a party to the litigation that resulted in those dependency orders? Because that's something that wasn't talked about during this trial very much. JHACH counsel, Howard Hunter, was present in these dependency hearings, arguing to the judge on behalf of JHACH, not the department, on behalf of JHACH, the hospital. They were a participant to that litigation. Can I not go into any of that?
Apparently not.
Like, what if Howard Hunter, in those representations to the dependency court, what if he made a misrepresentation to that court? What if I have an actual factual basis to say that, hell, there was a lie said to the dependency court? That the entire authority that was granted to JHACH was done on a fraudulent basis. What if I have that contention? Is that still immune? Under this order, the way that this one sentence is written here, it looks like Maya Kowalski is going to be permitted by this order to testify and to present evidence as to 6 days of conduct. That's it. How the fuck are you supposed to present evidence of a tort that took place and the impact on you as a person when you are bringing up 6 days? Because the other part about this one that, again, the Court of Appeals kind of ignores, JHACH was a party to the fucking litigation. They had every opportunity to bring up anything they wanted to bring up. JHACH argues the trial court's errors interpreting and applying Section 203 immunity should result in a new trial for all claims. We agree. The immunity permeated the entire trial. A new trial is required on all counts not otherwise disposed of by this opinion. Trial court denied JHACH's motion for directed verdict as to false imprisonment claim for actions between October 7th and 13th. This was an error. So the elements: unlawful detention, against the person's will, without authority, unreasonable and unwarranted under the circumstances. October 7th through October 13th, allegations stem from the refusal to release Maya from the ER and the PICU. JHACH argues both that it had legal authority and that there was no evidence that keeping Maya in its care was unreasonable and unwarranted under the circumstances, whether because of Maya's pain levels or overall health at the time, or because of the suspected child abuse. We need only consider whether the hospital was without legal authority or color of authority to resolve the issue. JHACH's legal authority or color of authority stems from Section 39-395. Where is it? Any person in charge of a hospital or similar institution or any physician or licensed healthcare provider may detain that child without the consent of the parties or the parents if the circumstances are such, or if the condition of the child is such, that returning the child to the care or custody of the parents, caregiver, or legal custodian presents an imminent danger to the child's life or physical or mental health. Okay, where's the finding? There's a lot. You're letting this imminent danger thing. You're letting that language. I'm going to take issue with this. We're mindful that it also requires any person detaining a child immediately notify department. The department shall immediately begin a child protective investigation. And if they determine, then they can issue the withholding order. Cool. Certainly 39-395 provides color of authority for JHACH's detention of Maya in the ER and PICU during the period between the first and second reports to the department. That's a just, you know what we call that as lawyer speak? This is stupid. If you are saying clearly it provides color of authority.
Rob.
What?
I said very good lawyer speak.
It was very good lawyer speak. I was trying to find a better way of saying it.
It's like, Your Honor, this is stupid.
This is stupid. Like you've given me the conclusion. Clearly, you're not disputing that there was authority for the detention, are you? Well, yeah, Judge. I think that's the whole trial. What? Because there's no. He literally just says, the judge literally just says, clearly, there's authority. Is there any fact that the Court of Appeals then puts right under this to explain why it's so clear? Why we should perceive it as being clear? Is there any explanation? No. You simpletons. I am appellate court and I say it is clear as day this was authorized. I am not going to explain why. What?
Listen, clearly there's authority. Otherwise, our argument falls apart.
What the fuck?
And, as the appellate court, we must be inevitably correct in all circumstances.
It is so... What? Well, gee, Judge, with that profound reasoning, I don't know why I ever brought this case in the first place. Clearly, I was wrong. And then it just like you give one paragraph. That's it. Cool. Accordingly, the motion for directed verdict on claim of false imprisonment for October 7th through 13th should have been granted. Wonderful explanation. Thank you, appellate court. I was very confused, and I'm very glad and assisted by your explanation of why I was wrong.
That's good, because I'm not assisted at all. I'm glad one of us is assisted.
I'm assisted towards insanity. JHACH's issue concerning the corresponding motion for directed verdict on punitive damages therefore rendered moot. I think this is just an error in the reading of the law. Like, you got to be kidding me. Like this, do you know what this is going to do to hospitals now? First of all,
they're going to have great fun with whatever they want to do.
Anything. Any documented concern. Hey, I'm concerned about your child. I'm concerned they're going to be imminent danger to their physical health. What is that imminent danger? I don't really have to articulate it. I just have to say that I have concerns. I'm going to report it to the department. And you can't leave with the child. No. Intentional infliction of emotional distress, Maya Kowalski. 2 claims of intentional infliction of emotional IIED were resolved by jury in favor of the Kowalskis after the trial court denied the motion for directed verdict. JHACH contends that its motions for directed verdicts should have been granted because the Kowalskis failed to present evidence of conduct directed at Mrs. Kowalski, and the Kowalskis' evidence was insufficient as a matter of law. We agree. To support a claim for IIED, the plaintiff must prove conduct was intentional or reckless. The conduct was outrageous. The conduct caused emotional distress, and the emotional distress was severe. Trial court must make the initial determination on a motion for directed verdict that the evidence presented meets that high standard. And because the outrageousness test is objective, not subjective, testimony as to the plaintiff's beliefs of whether the defendant intended to cause emotional distress is of no moment. Response, where is it? Likewise, the subjective response of the person who is the target of the actor's conduct does not control the question of whether the tort of IIED occurred. As relevant to the estate's claim, in order to state a claim for IIED, based on one's own emotional distress, a plaintiff must be present when the alleged extreme and outrageous conduct is directed toward a third party. Otherwise, the conduct alleged to be outrageous must be directed at the plaintiff. Well, hold up. So they are saying that Beata would have had to physically be there to observe what was happening to Maya in order for the IIED claim to survive.
Yes, that is exactly what they say.
That's I can think of any number of circumstances where I would be pretty emotionally distressed to learn of things that occurred to my child that I didn't physically witness, that I would pretty much call IIED. Otherwise, the conduct has to be directed at the plaintiffs. Stated differently, if the plaintiff is not present to witness the outrageous conduct, the plaintiff must have been the target of the conduct. The Kowalskis presented no evidence that Ms. Kowalski was the target of any conduct alleged to be outrageous. Hang on. They must not have looked at the same trial or read the same transcripts that we saw for those weeks. Really?
Yep.
And you're just gonna make that once? That's it? You're just gonna make that statement as an absolute. You're not gonna point to anything else?
Pretty much it. No need to make any further arguments. They decided. It has been decided.
Rather, the heart of the Kowalski claim, repeated in various ways through multiple bench conferences and asserted before the jury, was that the separation of a mother from child without knowledge, with knowledge by both and without the ability to combat it, was outrageous. They argued more than that. Why are you? This is just a yes. I do. I do. I do.
It's because.
Do you want, am I saying it? Am I saying it out loud? You want me to say it? The amicus.
Yeah.
It's the amicus.
The amicus says if you allow this judgment, then every hospital's got to close.
The sky will fall.
The sky will fall, and we're gonna just have to start kicking children just because it's fun, and like every abusive parent will be whatever, and so at the end of that, the court is like, well, I can't let that happen, so we got to find a way to get there. And that's where they are.
Yep. And you can you can tell because look at how much focus in this opinion was given to the statement of facts. How much they went through and recited the factual summary in the light most favorable to JHACH. And then they dedicated a half a page to the statement by the amicus. Now, contrast that with how much they're actually explaining and in giving a legitimate explanation and hell, what we would want to see, actual legal analysis, given the facts in the case with each one of these counts. None. They just make the absolute statement. That's it. They just make one statement. They presented no evidence that and then they misstate what was actually argued at trial. And then again, do I get to raise the fact that Howard Hunter was at the dependency court proceedings and was the one actively arguing to keep this child away and under what conditions? And the department was basically rubber stamping everything he did and said. Do I get to present that? No. Where the hospital was basically making all decisions and the department was like, we're just an administrative body. You do you, boo boo. The Kowalskis contended that there were concerted efforts to raise the pressure on Mrs. Kowalski. If this doesn't get her, then let's suggest that Mr. Kowalski get a divorce. Yeah, how does that not directly impact my Beata Kowalski? The hospital literally told your husband to divorce you.
Was she there at the time?
God. Just, I'm trying to wed that logic. Like I'm trying. Oh, I didn't even realize I did that with the pun. I was dumb. I take that back. I'm trying to make that logic work. It doesn't. Like you have to. It's also the foreseeability issue. If I am engaging in conduct that adversely impacts a child, it is pretty foreseeable for me to think that the child's mother is going to be adversely impacted by what I'm doing with this in treating this child.
No.
Yeah. Like
clearly the mom isn't going to care.
Clearly, very clearly. And clearly the hospital had no foundation to believe that the mom would care. The hospital didn't, I don't know, observe the mom attentive to every single aspect of this child's life. The hospital didn't observe how overly involved the mom was in decisions regarding Maya. The hospital didn't make hundreds of notes about how the mom was taking notes on the treatment, the recommendations, and all of the above. They wouldn't have had any things. They wouldn't have had any knowledge, any advance warning, or any additional foreseeability that, I don't know, telling the minor child to strip down so they could take photos of them before they go to the court. That wouldn't have an impact on mom. They wouldn't know that would. No,
mom's gonna be cool with that.
She's gonna be cool with that. Yeah, we're good. Just think about this. Is this what you want as the body politic? Like, because this is where we're going with this. And this is where people are going to ask me, well, what do we do? What you do is you start writing your state congressmen and state senators, and you say, hey, this code section right here, here is how this code section gets abused. And you tell them, fix it. Because this interpretation is pretty horrible. Pretty horrible. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Elf Wiggins. I keep forgetting this part. On their personal phone and not put in the file.
Yeah. That's pretty messed up.
Now, here's the thing. With this part, I would say that this evidence here of the fact that the photos were taken on the phone, if Beata Kowalski didn't know that, then it couldn't be IID. I agree with that. If she didn't know that took place, whether by third-party reporting or otherwise, if she didn't know it, then I agree that that shouldn't be the basis for the IID claim.
Right.
Because how would it impact her emotional distress if she didn't know it took place? But if she knew it,
then it's very much the sort of thing that would cause distress and like violence.
Let me tell you right now, if Mini-Mischief number 1 was at a hospital and without telling either me, her mother, or her father, they put her into a room to monitor via video. And then they were like, hey, before we take you to this place that we have to take you, you need to strip down so we can take photos of your body. And one of the individuals on staff takes it with their personal device and it's not in her medical file. Oh, I would be contemplating acts of violence.
I think you'd be beyond contemplating the acts of violence.
I would refrain. I would be calling my defense counsel and being like, I'm contemplating acts of violence. Remind me that there's logic that I need to think about here.
And I'd be like, you need to call somebody else because I'm also thinking violence. Sorry, Rob. This is not one for me. I'm just thinking violence and how to violence. Like, I've got suggestions on how the violence.
Well, and here's another point that Loretta is bringing up here is, was it Proctor? And what's funny about this one is, even though the cases are entirely different from one another, right? Very different topics, facts, all of the above. What you have is you have a position of authority and then a case that demonstrates how that authority can be abused in some really horrible, nasty ways. And then how that abuse just goes undiscovered until a lawsuit or something brings it about. And then you start to see behind the curtain and you start to see, holy shit, and how it really should change how we're talking to our state representatives about the laws that are being passed, how we're talking about judges being elected, how we're talking about public officials and what standard we hold them to. Because this is what Kathy Beatty did, taking those photos on her personal device. That's the Michael Proctor. That's Michael Proctor. Is it official conduct if it's taken on the personal device? How do you protect it in that capacity? Now, do I get her entire personal device? The real Jim McIntyre says the hoops we jump through to avoid YouTube censorship. Oh, trust me, talking about the Maya Kowalski case, the number of times, like every day, when I did those recaps, almost every one of those recaps is like yellow, red, yellow, like like
YouTube is
there
like,
ain't
no.
Yeah, there's no words that I can really you're talking about child abuse, assault, neglect, battery, false imprisonment, suicide. You're talking about all the words that YouTube doesn't like. Yeah. Moreover, the trial court recognized that the allegations.
This stream is read too.
What?
You just read this stream.
Oh, it was probably read already.
You're like, I'm just gonna say all the words that YouTube hates in one sentence.
The real Jim McIntyre is another funny one. If you need help to stop contemplating someone disappearing in a painful fashion, I might know a guy. Time to add the Geneva suggestions. Pretty good. Yeah. Kathy Beatty should never be allowed near children to have authority over others again. The sad part is, if you talk to other people in authority, you can call it various things, the thin blue line, whatever you want to call it, but it's basically just people that look out for one another in those positions. Other hospital administrators or other people they downplay every part of this. Pretty wild. Trial court recognized the allegations of the operative complaint were insufficient when it granted JHACH's pretrial motion to dismiss the IID claim as to Mr. Kowalski, with the exception of the actions immune under 203 and the assertion that Ms. Kowalski suffered from Munchausen symptoms by proxy, which that itself, if you are, as a hospital, accusing a mother, this is like they kind of fly past this with one sentence without realizing that that's pretty fucking outrageous. The assertion that Mrs. Kowalski suffered from Munchausen syndrome by proxy, which literally is the suggestion or the assertion that your daughter is not sick, that you are convincing her that she is sick, and all of this is made up, and you're a terrible mother, and she's not actually in pain. You're just a horrible person. Pretty sure that that's a bit different. And that's pretty outrageous to me. The Kowalski. So again, there we go. Couple paragraphs. Oh, it's gone. And it's gone. Like IIED against Maya Kowalski. Oh, and it's gone. IIED Maya Kowalski. Denying the directed verdict specific to Maya's IIED claim that the trial court considered evidence for which JHACH should have been immune from liability and evidence of other pleaded torts. This was error. We iterate that the actions for which JHACH should have been immune pursuant to 203 cannot be used to establish liability. You know what they didn't describe or define with any real clarity? What actions, what should or should not have been allowed. The department placed Maya with JHACH. False. They did that after JHACH took control of Maya. JHACH's participation in the proceedings, as well as its initial reports of suspected abuse, pervaded the Kowalskis' evidence of intentional infliction of emotional distress against Maya. How far are we going to go as a society? How far are we going to go in the immunity we're giving hospitals? I'm done. I'm done. Me, personally, from my standpoint, nope. I'm not giving you much more life. You don't get any more. You have enough.
You're like, we good.
We're good. Like you get immunity for what a judge tells you expressly you can do after a judge tells you can do it. Do you get to participate in the trial? No. You can have a party there, and they can be asked questions by the department attorney, but you don't get an attorney of your own. You don't get to participate. Yeah, you don't get to participate in the dependency proceeding. You can be an actual individual that is a witness, a party witness, right? But you don't get to make arguments. The trial court is required to consider which of JHACH's actions should have been immune from liability and which could support an independently pleaded tort of IIED. How do you thread that needle? There is no more window for this. This is a needle that cannot be threaded. Medical professionals' disagreements about a complex medical case. And, all right, judge, this is doing a little bit much here. And perhaps overzealous implementation of a dependency court orders are not acts that are intolerable in a civilized community. I would actually very strongly disagree with this, Judge. And I'll give you a pretty good example. We prosecute certain individuals when they overzealously implement otherwise lawful conduct. It's called unlawful use of force in the context of a police case. That's kind of the definition of it. That's an overzealous implementation of an otherwise lawful power. like, what the hell are you on crack? Do you really want to set this precedent? Do you really want to tell hospitals, hey, you might have been overzealous in your implementation of what an order said you maybe could have done, but nah, we good. That is insane to me. This really is. It's the amicus. It's the concern about the hospitals, not the individuals that are being treated by the hospitals.
100%.
Where the fuck is where's your priority? They're concerned about the big institution, but not about the actual patients at the institution. Perhaps overzealous implementation. I think that's the most egregious sentence of the entire order I think I've read so far. What the fuck are you thinking? Ew, this just feels gross.
You are correct. There's a reason why it feels gross.
Oh. And what's crazy about this is that when you read the start of the opinion, you get through the fact and you're like, this doesn't make me feel comfortable. Then you read through the recitation of the law and you're like, all right, this is actually a good recitation of the law and why it exists the way it does. And you're like, and you can see this is a complex case. And you look at it and you're like, this is a damn hard decision. How's the Court of Appeals going to do it? And then the Court of Appeals starts to explain how they make their decision. And you're like, drugs. That's how they're going to do it. They're going to do it with drugs. They're just going to take the drugs that the hospital gave them in an overzealous application of pharmaceutical power. And they're just going to use the drugs, and that's going to permeate their entire decision.
So much drugs.
All the drugs. This is, I think I've made the comment before, appellate courts are cowards. They are gutless, spineless, little bitch cowards.
And appellate court, he's referring specifically to the courts that hear his decision or his cases.
Oh no. You know what? There's a couple of Court of Appeals judges I might actually say that to. Like where I'd probably say, Judge, we all know what you're going to do here. Like, I know what you're going to do. You're going to punt it. You're going to take the easy call. You're not going to make the hard decision. You're going to do everything you can to avoid the hard question because you don't want to answer it, because you don't want to answer to the people that you're going to offend by making the hard choice. You're not going to do the job that you're tasked with doing because you're going to be the little pansy that goes and skirts out of this and says, I don't need to do this because I'm going to go ahead and take the easy way out and just say, nah, you're gone. It is so infuriating. And this is just a complete example of everything that I ever talk about when it comes to appellate courts and how they love taking the easy way out. Ugh. How gross. Good faith actions to protect children are neither utterly intolerable in a civilized community nor beyond all possible bounds of decency. Some heavy lift in there, Judge. Good faith actions. That's some heavy lifting. To protect children. Is that really what they were doing? They had an opinion, that's for sure. But tell me how putting the commode on the opposite side of the bedroom and putting the child under video surveillance is a good faith action to protect the child. Or denying the child the right to, or the ability to have communion. Please. Go ahead. Explain it to me. I'll wait. Oh, you're not going to? Because you're just going to give me that one line? I have no respect for this judge. None. Judge Carroll, I thought, did a remarkable job trying to thread this needle and trying to maintain fairness in implementing what the statute really was intended to protect, with a recognition that certain things we have to recognize are beyond the protection afforded by the statute. This Court of Appeals decision basically says, hospital, you got free reign. Oh. Indeed, the section immunity protects those who might be overzealous in protecting children from potential abuse. You're conflating that. You are using that quote from that case in a context that's not applicable to this one. To the extent JHACH took actions within its legal rights, it cannot be liable for IIED. Additionally, IIED conduct must not be violative of any other recognized tort. That is, the facts upon which it's based must be independent of any other alleged tort. So you basically can't plead both. Where the conduct alleged to be outrageous is itself a pleaded tort, a claim of IIED cannot lie. So it's to prevent double recovery. They relied upon evidence of other pleaded torts in order to establish the IIED claim. The law is clear, however, that the evidence supporting Maya's 3 false imprisonment claims, as well as her battery claims and medical negligence, cannot also be used to meet the legal threshold for IIED claims. Why? Why not? Here's the thing. Why not? You said that the evidence was insufficient on the other ones. Medical negligence, apparent agency. JHACH contends the trial court erred in denying its motion for directed verdict on the narrow issue of apparent agency as it relates to Dr. Smith and Chapter 30 and Chapter 29 otherwise immunizes Dr. Smith's actions, such that JHACH cannot be held liable for those actions. We agree. How? How many roles did this lady play? All right, so we're just going to incentivize the privatization of DFS. That's what this is. That's what this is. We don't have to have a state Department of Children and Family Services. We don't need that. We can just go to the doctors that work at the hospital, pay them some additional money to serve both roles. There's no issue in that. I see no problem there at all. How could that ever be a possible issue? Gee, maybe because we can't distinguish between the respective roles?
They're not even going to give them the extra money.
Mr. Kowalski testified that he was, there's no conflict of interest whatsoever. Yeah, tell me.
But I should crash.
I'm sorry, buddy. I'm ranting and I'm venting.
Oh, it's all good. I've just got an early morning and I'm like, oh, God. I've got the phone set up to, record, but in the distance past the phone is the bed. And I find myself going, I'm looking at that bed like,
you see the bed, you're like, that looks nice. I kind of want to be in that bed right now.
Yeah, it's looking like a steak at around supper time. So I'm gonna sign off and thank you for having me on. And we got to do one of these when I'm actually able to properly join in. And
we've been all over the place. I've been out of town. You've been out of town.
Yep, it's been crazy. We got to do a proper hangout. So
I know.
All right.
All right. I'll see you, buddy.
Yeah.
All right. For those of you, say goodnight to Ian. Everyone, this is also a great time to remind you all to take a look at the top of the chat. There's a link to click to donate to the Extra Life charity stream. If you have not hit the like button on this stream, please do so. Please also consider subscribing. Metrics are that at least about 30% of you guys that are watching right now are not subscribed. So please go ahead and hit subscribe button. You do nothing, signs you up for nothing. Just helps the channel. That's it. So please consider doing that. There were a couple of things that I wanted to pop over to before. Shay B is very mad. The audacity of the appeals court. I'm furious too. I didn't think I would be this mad reading the first half of this before getting on to more of it, but the laziness of not approaching the arguments and just saying this is clearly within the bounds is really infuriating to me. They took 47 pages and 8 months of time. The oral arguments were heard in February. Opinion came out October 29th. They had 8 months. 8 months to put together a very good explanation as to why certain conduct was immune, why certain behaviors should be treated or shouldn't be treated this way, and to give clear instructions as to what a court should do on remand. Did they do that? No. They put apparently 47 pages of bullshit together. So really frustrating. Elizabeth Me, thank you for making this amazing community. Thank you very much, Elizabeth, for being a part of this amazing community. Light Queen, 2 years, but here since depth. Thanks for all you do. Thanks for being here, Light Queen. Jen V, I donate this year, provided the government passes a budget. That's a fair statement. That's a fair statement. XCDA, thank you for gifting memberships. Very kind of you. J, Michael, MSN, RN. There are some memberships celebrating my passing my boards this week, officially an oncology certified nurse. That is incredible. That's awesome. Some amazing opportunities for you to do a lot of really good work and to help a lot of people. And that bedside manner in oncology has got to be top notch. It's got to be one of the toughest jobs in the world, but probably also one of the most rewarding because of the impact that you get to have on people that are there. So congratulations, Jay Michael. And they're the gifted memberships that were there. Zess Alex, November is CRPS Awareness Month. Thank you for going over this appeal and bringing awareness to it all. Those that struggle with CRPS, it's something that a lot of people don't understand, myself included. And I don't think we can ever pretend to understand the pain that you guys are in. Guys, gals, everyone are in. So I'm happy to shine awareness where I can. Thank you, J. Michael RN. Lucy Fair, I sent my first ever super chat during this trial. Thank you very much for watching the trial. Glad to have you picked up from the trial. I was going through a rough time and your encouragement meant the world to me. I've been looking forward to your coverage of this all week. Thank you, Lucy Fair. That's very kind of you to say and very nice of you. And thank you for being here and participating. Crazy Cat Queen clear as mud or poop. I would say shit. Yeah, it's about that. Shay B, very sweet. Thank you very much. As a parent of 3 adopted children who were removed from their biological parent by the state, this is insane. Right? I'm not the only one, right? I'm someone who deals in this system. I work in family law. I work in removal proceedings. I work with CPS. I recognize that there are nuances to these arguments. That I recognize that there's a fine line that you have to walk if you're trying to walk the issue of statutory immunity when it comes to reports of child abuse. I recognize that, and I've tried to play it fair in my analysis of this case, which was exceedingly difficult at times because there were things that were remarkably emotionally impactful, but I look at it, I'm like, that's protected. But then there's other conduct I'm looking at going, that's not protected. That shouldn't be protected, not by the statute. This case was very difficult because there were things that, I mean, it makes us face a very hard question. How much immunity, how much protection are we going to give to hospitals? What role do we expect CPS or DFS to play in protecting children? The importance of those protections and the methods that we use to do that, and the protections we give to hospitals in implementing those directives by the juvenile court or the dependency court. These are really hard questions. And when these questions are here and they're presented to the Court of Appeals in the context of a case that gets litigated through trial, where we as a public are observing these dialogues play out from the hospital's perspective, from the party's perspective, we would expect that the Court of Appeals would treat the complication of that issue with the gravity it deserves and to actually do a full-hearted analysis. And instead, we get conclusory statements and a one-sided recitation of facts. That doesn't help anybody. I get these questions are hard, and I get that the question can be difficult and answered in favor of the hospital. I'm willing to accept that. What I'm not willing to accept is that the question can be difficult, found in favor of the hospital without an explanation as to how you made the difficult decision. That's your job. As a Court of Appeals, that's your only job. Make the hard decision and explain how you got there. You made the decision. Doesn't seem like you made a hard decision. You just made the easy one, and you didn't do shit to explain how you got there. It's disappointing. And I choose disappointing because if I'm being entirely candid, one of the hardest things to hear, one of the biggest insults, or one of the biggest things that I think that everyone should hurt them more than anything else, is the idea that they are disappointing, that the conduct that they have engaged in is disappointing, that we expect more, especially from things that, or from institutions that are tasked with making such significant decisions. And the disappointment comes not from just this, but from the fact that this just appears to be one additional disappointment in a series where we see appellate courts not engaging in a full discussion or dialogue of the logic behind their conclusions. Say what you will about the Supreme Court of the United States, and I know that people have opinions of all of the different justices. I am a SCOTUS nerd. I love the Supreme Court, and I love oral argument. I listen to all of it, and I read the opinions. It's one of my favorite things. I love it. one of the things that I appreciate about the Supreme Court is that when they articulate the basis for their decisions, like them or dislike them, they're usually pretty good about giving you the specifics behind why they're reaching the conclusion they do. Hell, they'll go back into history and they'll start explaining it from the very beginning of time. It's people have criticism of the decision being reached, and I invite those people beyond the decision being reached, beyond your criticism of the decision or the conclusion made by the Supreme Court. This is a fun exercise, by the way. Beyond that disappointment, go back, listen to the oral argument, then go read the opinion. Really, really dig into it and apply the same standard to the opinions written by that court, SCOTUS, as you would to the opinion we're reading right now. Apply that same logic. Apply the same standard. What expectation is there? And I will tell you that almost 9 times out of 10, Supreme Court does a good job of articulating why they reached the decision they reached. You might not agree with it, and that's fine. You don't have to agree with it. Just like the Court of Appeals in Florida, I don't have to agree with the decision, but you could at least explain to me how you got there. If I'm being candid, that's also one of the frustrations I have with certain justices on the Supreme Court is they don't really explain to me how they made the decision. They just say they made the decision and then they justify the decision later via some other feelings or other reason why. I struggle with that. I need you to explain the logic to me. Like, pretend like I'm 5. Explain it to me like that. In this case, Court of Appeals of Florida, explain it to me with anything. Give me some logic. Yeah, Elf Wiggins, I see you on this point on the shadow docket. One of the challenges that I did actually read up on, and this has actually been spoken to by all of the justices, at least in part, is they have to, certain things they have to make decisions on, and they don't have the opportunity either with full briefing schedule or they don't have the opportunity to actually write an opinion by the time the decision needs to get made. I understand the shadow docket. I get the frustration about the shadow docket. I actually am quite frustrated by it as well. Both ways, in both directions, honestly. But I also see why the Supreme Court would have to make some decisions, but the last thing I want them to do is make a decision. What's a big one I can use an example of? I mean, hell, Bostock. Like pick one of the pivotal decisions made in the last 5-6 years. Like one of the big opinions, and have that issued through a shadow docket without a signature or without any indication as to why. So I understand certain things shadow okay with, other things not. Honestly, I think that Supreme Court should be. I see back and forth on whether there should be or should not be TVs in the courtroom. That's a tangent. This is a tangent. I'm on a very big tangent. Let's put it this way. I like well-reasoned opinions. I can find my criticism in opinions written by the Supreme Court. I can find my criticism of opinions written by any appellate court. But at the very least, when a justice writes an opinion, I'll give you a great example. Elena Kagan. I disagree with her on how she interprets the Constitution. I disagree with her on how she interprets statutes. I disagree with her on a lot of things. I think she's probably one of the most logical justices on the court and one of the best at explaining why she reaches her conclusion. Conversely, Justice Gorsuch, I agree with about a lot of stuff, a ton of stuff. Like how he sees the law, like how he reads the law. I think he's very logical. By the way, the Native Americans will build statues in his honor when he retires. But I think he employs the same level of logic and analysis to his opinions as Kagan does. I view them as kind of being intellectually opposite of one another. Like they are on opposite ends of the spectrum in how they view the law, how they view the Constitution. but I think they both apply equal legal analysis, and I can find very coherent arguments behind their opinions. It's a lot of fun. Like I said, watch appellate law, read appellate law. It's phenomenal. If you get the chance to go watch the Supreme Court, go watch Supreme Court. Let's see. Now back on topic. Medical negligence, apparent agency. Apparent agency exists. They testified. So Mr. Kowalski testified that he was unaware Dr. Smith was not a JHACH doctor at the time he first met her, but he could not specify the date. No. I think there was also this testimony that she was wearing a badge. This is not true. No, she was wearing a badge. That was what his testimony. This is taken from Sally Smith. That's disregarding Jack Kowalski's testimony. Unaware who Dr. Smith was or in what capacity she questioned Maya's father. An email dated October 12th, 2016 from Mrs. Kowalski's email address was entered into evidence. In the email, Mrs. Kowalski reported that on October 11th, she and Dr. Sally Smith, who was sent by the department to investigate the possible child abuse, had a second visit at which Mrs. Kowalski described Maya's illness and the doctors involved in Maya's care. Oh, so are we imputing Beata's knowledge to Jack? We're imputing the knowledge. We are. Don't even dance around it either. Thus, no later than October 11th, Ms. Kowalski was aware Dr. Smith was acting in her capacity as child protective team physician. And certainly by October 14th shelter hearing, Mr. Kowalski was also aware. The Kowalskis presented no evidence that they materially changed their position prior to October 11th or October 14th on the basis of Dr. Smith being an apparent agent of JHACH. You're missing the point. You did not read the transcript of Jack's testimony. You didn't read it. You didn't go through it. Oh no. They really didn't read it. This is so stupid. Rather, the Kowalskis acknowledged that they were unaware that JHACH had given Dr. Smith full access to Maya's medical records at the time such access was provided. JHACH didn't. This is also wrong. The testimony was incontroverted and irrefutable that Sally Smith accessed Maya's medical records before she had lawful authority as either A, her treating physician, or B, an investigator with Department of Family Services. She was not lawfully permitted access to the medical file. She just went snooping. What the fuck? Wow. That's just wrong. That's just factually a misstatement of the record. I'm not wrong. I remember that testimony emphatically. Hell, I remember the point being conceded by Howard Hunter. I remember that. I remember the questions during Sally Smith's deposition about her wearing her badge and how the badge said Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. I remember that. And the funny thing about it is that one distinction enough to make this entire analysis wrong? No. But when it's littered throughout and where it permeates the entirety, oh, look, see what I did there? Permeate. Court of Appeals, you like that? Where it permeates the entirety of the opinion, it just goes back to what I was saying before. They didn't need to make the hard choice because they made the easy one. They went with the amicus and they worked backwards from there. They went with the amicus, and then they looked at JHACH's brief, and they just started pulling things from that. The apparent agency theory should have been rejected as a matter of law by the trial court, and a directed verdict as to that specific claim should have been granted. Nevertheless, even were Dr. Smith an apparent agent of the hospital, because Dr. Smith was the CPT medical director, she was authorized by Chapter 39 to take actions she took. Why? Why? So hang on, hold up, Judge, hang on, give me a second. Judge, you are telling me that just because someone is a child protective team medical director, that they can go into the hospital and indiscriminately pull up the medical files for every single patient in that hospital, and without any prior authorization or initiating report or an investigation being authorized, with nothing other than gossip within the hospital and perhaps knowledge that a call was made but no investigation being tasked, you're telling me that they can go and look at medical records of patients? Really? Really? Without a legitimate reason to do so? Because I'm pretty sure that if I'm a physician at a hospital and I go and pull up medical records for another patient admitted at the hospital that is not under my care or supervision and that I don't have an impact on, I'm pretty sure I'm not allowed to do that. Oh my God. We're just going to completely bypass any of this timeline. Even if she were an apparent agent in the hospital, because she was the medical director, she was authorized by Chapter 39 to take the action she took. That is wild. We've been doing this the entire time. So let's do this way. Let's put this in the context of a police officer exercising what would otherwise be lawful authority, right? So a police officer has some inherent authority. They're an investigator. They have an investigative function. They are tasked with investigating potential crimes, right? They also have to overcome certain things before they can do certain things in the investigation. For example, search and seizure is a pretty big one, right? So before a police officer is authorized to go and search your shit, they have to have a reason, some authorizing set of facts that would trigger their ability to go and do that thing, to invade your privacy, so to speak, or to search and seize. This analysis by this Court of Appeals is basically saying, because the police officer is a police officer, and because they happen to be in proximity, they're allowed to go ahead and search anything they want to search. Sure, no problem. Why not? How is that logical? And wouldn't that be contrary to even JHACH's policies? Like, isn't that a fireable? I know there's medical professionals in the chat right now. Isn't that a fireable offense? If your employer found out that you were looking up medical records for people that were not under your care, that were admitted at the hospital, and you were just looking them up, would you get in trouble? I'm pretty sure I know the answer. So I cannot imagine that that's permittable. Yes, it's a fireable offense. I'm seeing all over it's a fireable offense. Her actions would not be subject to not subject JHACH to liability unless JHACH was not participating in good faith in acts authorized by Chapter 39. So we're just going to ignore that's what it is. We're just going to ignore everything. Wow. It was the Kowalski's burden to prove either that JHACH was not participating in good faith in authorized or required acts, or that Dr. Smith was not acting in her capacity as a CPT medical director. You know where you say it was their burden to prove? You know where you say that? It was their burden to prove. It was their burden to prove. You know what the jury said? You know who gets to determine whether someone carried their burden of proof in a factual dispute? They did, based on evidence admitted at court. Jury. You know what the jury said? She was an apparent agent. In admitting evidence of Dr. Smith's actions without proper consideration of statutory immunity, trial court relieved the Kowalskis of their burden. Oh, we're just going to say that sentence. That's it. That's the end of the paragraph. Oh, that's the end of the entire section. That's all we're going to say on that point. We're going to end with a conclusory statement. Gee, for some reason, I thought there would be more. Maybe like what facts in particular you're referring to? Punitive damages. Well, we all know this. Punitive damages cannot derive from something that doesn't exist for actual damages. You can't get actual damages based on a case that's been remanded for a retrial. So, yeah. But I want to see if they actually make a finding of law on punitives. Let's see. Oh, no. This is going to be interesting. Baby steps 22. Medical personnel of all types are only supposed to be in the charts of those they are involved with care of the patient. The hospital is very aware through electronic tracking you would be fired. See, pretty sure I knew it, and turns out I was right. That's the case. You know what? Sounds logical to me. This is insane. This is nuts. But you know what? Here's what. Let me give some benefit of the doubt. If you accept JHACH's factual recitation without question, like if you accept how JHACH has played out the facts and how they've articulated the facts without considering anything else that was adduced at trial, you know, the opposite of what you're supposed to do, like how you're supposed to consider Maya Kowalski as being the prevailing party below and giving her the benefit of every factual inference that you possibly can, which you have not done at any stage of this analysis. Nada, none, not once did you give any favorable inference to the facts that were presented on behalf of the Kowalski. Point to me one part in this opinion where you actually held yourself, Court of Appeals, to the standard that you articulated above as far as how to interpret the facts that were presented at trial. Not one. Nada. And what's funny is if you had Court of Appeals, if you had gone through this with all the proper analysis and gone through the factual dispute and gone through and given Maya Kowalski's facts the proper weight that it should have been and still reached the conclusion that you did on the interpretation of the statute, I would at least have respect for that. Because I would say, I disagree with you on the reading of the law, but that's not my job. That's yours. I disagree with you on the reading of the law, but at least you explained to me, using the facts in the light most favorable to Maya Kowalski, you explained to me why, with that understanding of the law, they lost. But you haven't done that. Punitive damages. JHACH contends the trial court erred in denying its motion for directed verdict on the issue of punitive damages as to the false imprisonment and battery claims. In any civil action, plaintiff must establish a trial by clear and convincing evidence is entitled to an award of punitive damages, and the defendant may be held liable for punitive damages only if the trier of fact, the jury, based on clear and convincing evidence, finds the defendant was personally guilty of intentional misconduct or gross negligence. So the evidence must be found to be credible. The facts which witnesses testify to must be distinctly remembered. Testimony must be precise and explicit, and the witnesses must be lacking in confusion as to the facts in issue. The evidence must be of such weight that it produces in the mind of the trier of fact a firm belief or conviction without hesitancy as to the truth of the allegations sought to be established. G. Mr. Judge of the Appellate Court, who is the one that is charged with making the determination of whether the facts rise to that level? Oh, you said it. You said it up here. The finder of fact. You said it up there. Very interesting. So I'm sure you're going to point to the jury and give the jury finding deference, right? That's totally what you're going to do. Then we got intentional misconduct. As to the January 6th battery and false imprisonment claims, Ms. Beatty testified that she was told to take photographs of Maya before Maya could leave the hospital for the dependency court hearing. The Kowalskis presented evidence that a risk management analyst within the risk management department of JHACH directed the actions of January 6th. Evidence established that it was JHACH's policy that the risk management department reports to senior counsel and that then senior counsel reports to president of JHACH. Okay, that intermediate fact doesn't seem to be. Oh, I thought you were going to give. There was no clear and convincing evidence that JHACH actively or knowingly participated in or engaged in intentional misconduct or gross negligence. What? Hang on. What? Now you're just drunk. What? January 6th battery and claims, right? So we're talking about those claims. Then we talk about Kathy Beatty testified that she was told to take photographs before she could leave the hospital. Okay, you left out the fact that she took it on her personal device or personal phone. You left out the fact that it never made it in the medical file. You left out a lot of facts that were pretty extraneous to the instruction given by the hospital. The Kowalskis presented evidence that a risk management analyst within the risk management department directed the actions on January 6th. Which actions? Which actions? Taking the photos in general, taking the photos of her without clothes on, taking the photos of the personal device, putting her in a separate room and telling her she had to take the photos before she went. Which actions? Evidence established. Which evidence? Which evidence? That it was JHACH's policy that the risk management department reports to senior counsel and then senior counsel reports to the president of JHACH. One, what does that have to do with anything? Two, what evidence? I don't. Where? There was also evidence that JHACH's risk management committee does not function in a real-time decision and meets only quarterly. Oh, this is the doctor that testified via deposition? The risk management team doctor? But that doesn't tell me anything about this conduct in particular. That doesn't tell me anything about this day. That just says that there's a reporting structure. And then you make the conclusion here. And the conclusion you say is there was no clear and convincing evidence that JHACH actively and knowingly participated in or engaged in intentional misconduct or gross negligence. So you just said three sentences that had nothing to do with each other. And then you said a conclusion that had nothing to do with three sentences that preceded it. Likewise, there's no clear and convincing evidence that the actions in question in this case were relayed to senior counsel or to the CEO, much less anyone ratified or condoned the actions other than the risk management analyst. No way. Really? Oh no. You're hanging this on Kathy Beatty and you're saying there might be a cause of action against her. I want to tell you, let me ask you what argument you would have made if we went the reverse approach. No way. Before one may infer that the principal ratified an unauthorized act of its agent, the evidence must demonstrate the principal was fully informed beyond having simple constructive knowledge and that he approved of the act. Mm-hmm. Wow. What a bullshit answer. And there was no evidence that the risk management analysts, analysts, is that a typo? It's a typo. Satisfies the statutory requirements of officer, director, Oh, it's supposed to be analyst. Judge made a typo. I'm not going to laugh too much. I make them all the time. Officer, manager, director, manager, employees. Come on. You're in the risk management department. Come on. Finally, to the extent that Kowalski's argued ratification after the fact, actions taken after the happening of a tortious act are not admissible on the issue of punitive damages. That's a fair point. Nor can those subsequent actions form the basis of bringing such a claim. All right, so after discovered evidence, okay. In the absence of clear and convincing evidence, the issue of punitive damages should not have gone to the jury. Okay. As to the October 18th through October 20th false imprisonment claim, there was no evidence that the physicians involved in moving Maya to the EEG room had actual knowledge of the wrongfulness of the conduct, or that moving Maya into the room with video monitoring was reckless or wanting in care. Wow. Further, like the claims for the January 6th false imprisonment and battery, there's no evidence presented that JHACH participated in the action or that the officers, directors, or managers of JHACH condoned or ratified the conduct. Okay. All right. Trial court erred in submitting punitive damages claim to the jury. Fraudulent billing. Trial court denied the motion for a directed verdict on Kowalski's claim that JHACH fraudulently billed the Kowalski's health insurance carrier by using a billing code for CRPS. To survive the directed verdict, Mr. Kowalski had to establish that JHACH made a false statement concerning a material fact in the bills to Mr. Kowalski and his insurance company. The JHACH knew the statement was false when it was made. They intended Mr. Kowalski or his insurer would rely upon the false statement, and that Mr. Kowalski or his insurer was injured as a result of that reliance. All right. JHACH contends that trial court erred in denying its motion for directed verdict, where he presented no evidence that JHACH made a false statement of material fact in billing under a code for CRPS, and he presented no evidence of damages. We agree. There is no dispute that Maya was admitted to JHACH having already been diagnosed with CRPS by another physician. The dispute concerns JHACH's billing of the Kowalski's insurer, where, according to Mr. Kowalski, the hospital did not believe Maya had CRPS and did not treat Maya for CRPS. Evidence of the billing was introduced, as was evidence of payments by the insurer. However, Mr. Kowalski presented no evidence that JHACH's bills included false statements. What about the other medical records that didn't have CRPS on any of the codes? That is, Mr. Kowalski presented no evidence that JHACH billed for services or treatments it did not perform, or that it billed under a diagnosis that Maya did not have. It included 12 codes. All right, so maybe the ambiguity argument I might buy, like you didn't get all the way there, but they didn't really rely on that too much. I think that it was they asked for $1. I don't think they only deductibles, copays, insurers. The trial court erred in denying the motion for directed verdict. New trial. The complexities in this case are only more complicated by the existence of immunity pursuant to 39203. Okay, so here in this section, presumably, we are going to have an instruction of how the court below at the new trial is going to apply the immunity standard. So obviously, we're going to have a very clear definition of what conduct is immune and what conduct is not. JHACH contends, as it did below, the trial court's error in interpreting 203 pervades not only the evidentiary rulings, but the trial itself, such that a new trial and all remaining counts is necessary. We do not. So the footnote. Oh, there you go. Here you go. Here's the cowards. Ready? Cowards approach. Footnote. We do not address whether those claims survive on remand under a correct application of 39203. We would exceed our function were we to give an opinion on the merits of any of the claims for which a new trial is required. It is incumbent upon the parties to present the case anew, and for the trial, for the trial court to rule on the evidence and issues arising therefrom and presented to it. Please clarify to me how you clarified any of the prior issue. As discussed herein, we agree. Moreover, the totality of all errors and improprieties, including those not discussed herein, was pervasive enough to raise doubts as to the overall fairness of the trial court proceedings. Wow. What a lazy joke of an opinion. How lazy is that? Ew. So there's going to be no clarifying instructions as to what conduct was or should be considered immune. Nothing. No clarification. Trial judge is screwed. There is no way the trial court can make this thing right. How do you try this case on this instruction? You get a bunch of gobbledygook that doesn't make any fucking sense. And then we need to have the judge in the trial court re-rule on all of the evidentiary issues and thread a needle that you can't possibly thread. How are we supposed to fix that? How is anyone supposed to try this case? You know what? If you're going to go out and say the immunity is absolute, then do that. I mean, have the balls to come out and say that the immunity is absolute. Fuck off. That would be better than this junk. Smith concurring. This is the judge that was peppering the hospital with questions about the mom. I concur in the majority opinion, but write separately to elaborate on the discrete issue of whether JHACH was entitled to judgment as a matter of law on the threshold issue of outrageousness. This is the impetus of her questions during oral argument. Maya, age 10, presented to the hospital with pain score of 10 out of 10. Ms. Beatty, a licensed clinical social worker employed by the hospital, was in charge of overseeing and making sure that JHACH followed the dependency court orders, including the monitoring of hospital visits, phone conversations with Maya's friends and family, including her mother. Spent considerable time with Maya, overseeing her care, including her physical therapy, and taking Maya to hospital chapel. She testified that Maya was in her wheelchair 95% of the time that she saw her. She also testified that Maya told her that she was furious, angry, and in pain. She told Ms. Beatty she can't talk to or trust anyone. Ms. Beatty was privy to emails that highlighted the hospital's concerns that Maya was self-mutilating. Maya maintained throughout her stay in the hospital that she was in debilitating pain and testified that she was worse off at the time of her discharge than when she presented to the hospital. Maya also complained that her CRPS lesions returned while she was in the hospital and were causing her pain. This is all to say that Maya was a patient in pain in a vulnerable state, not only because she was a patient dealing with debilitating pain, but also because of her tender age of 10. From this evidence, a case was made by Maya that Ms. Beatty took advantage of Maya's circumstances and her vulnerable state. She lied to Maya that Maya's mother was getting mental health treatment, telling Maya that she may have to go into medical foster care and that Ms. Beatty could be her mother while she was in foster care. She further lied to Maya and used things that Maya enjoyed to encourage Maya to do better at physical therapy, but instead of rewarding her, she would stomp and leave the room, saying that Maya did not do well enough. Maya also established at trial through her own testimony that the nurses spoke loud enough for Maya to overhear that they believed her mom was causing her symptoms. Maya testified that the nurses berated her and accused her of faking her ailments. She stated that a bedside toilet was placed far from her bed so that she could not reach it without walking, which she could not do. Maya would call for help to go to the bathroom, but no one would come in and take her. So she was forced to wet or soil herself in bed and otherwise fail to injure herself. Maya testified that the statements and actions to the nurses and Ms. Beatty were done to break her down and prove and or force her to admit that she was faking her symptoms. Maya pleaded in her 8th amended complaint that an IIED claim alleging these behaviors caused severe emotional distress and bodily harm. The complaint specifically referenced Maya's vulnerability as a minor when she was a patient at JHACH, alleging, quote, the defendant's offenses are aggravated by the fact that Maya was a minor during the time of the outrageous conduct. A tort of IIED was first recognized by the Florida Supreme Court in Metropolitan Life Insurance versus Mickelson. Then describes the conduct. This appeal concerns prong two being outrageous conduct. Florida courts have long recognized severe emotional distress by vulnerable individuals. And then they go and analyze a case. So Judge Smith is much more favorable to Maya, and actually goes in this, by the way, this is analysis. This is legal analysis. This is how this opinion should have been written. I'll give you an example. So we recited all the facts that we knew in the light most favorable to Maya. Note, everything being said in the foregoing paragraphs was all about Maya perspectives and what she testified to, her evidence, the evidence in light most favorable to the prevailing party, Maya. Then what the judge does, the judge says, here are the factors. And then the court says, how have those factors been applied in prior cases with facts similar to this? And the judge goes and analyzes those cases and says, look, these are the facts that lined up in that case. Do you know your mother took a man away from his wife? Do you know God is going to punish them? Yada, yada. And then they apply the law and they say, this is how the court reached the conclusion that this was outrageous conduct. Wow, shocking. They do another analysis of another case. Wonderful. We now have a better understanding of IIED and what constitutes outrageous conduct. That is actually helpful. Wonderful. Now, I imagine, oh, there we go. She's going to apply the actual law to the facts of this case. Shocking. A judge that's actually going to apply the law with the facts in this case after 2 pages of legal analysis. Holy shit. Where did that come from? It's amazing. We had to wait till the concurrence to get to it. We must acknowledge that the, quote, unequal position of the parties in a relationship where one asserts and has the power to affect the interests of the other may also supply the heightened degree of outrageousness required for a claim of IIED. That's a quote from the case. IIED claims exist where one is susceptible to emotional distress or due to unequal positions of the parties. And this was raised by the Kowalskis in the 8th amended complaint. Specifically, oh my God, we're going to get a specific statement. Look at this. Amazing. I'm shocked. Shocked, I tell you. Specifically, the complaint asserted that Maya, aged 10, was sheltered and placed in the care and custody of JHACH. And JHACH was charged with, quote, looking out for the best interests of Maya while in their care. And that Maya was isolated from her family, friends, and schoolmates and priests. I believe the allegations pled in the 8th amended complaint as more fully developed at trial support Maya's theory of recovery for IIED under both comment F and I of section 46. Look at that. And then she goes on to say, what is odious and utterly intolerable in the civilized community about the conduct here is that a licensed social worker, oh my God, we have an explanation. Wow, we have an explanation as to how a fact meets a standard. This is how legal arguments work. This is how appellate courts are supposed to write. This is amazing to me. This is so. What is odious and utterly intolerable, yada, yada. So we already said that part. But the conduct here is that a licensed social worker in charge of the care of her patient should not lie and tell her patient, especially a patient of such a young age, that her mother, who has cared for her, is getting mental health treatment and will not be able to care for her in the near future, instead consoling the child that she will be fine in foster care where that social worker can be her mother. Further, the berating by the nurses that Maya was faking her symptoms is equally odious and utterly intolerable in a civilized community, especially given Maya's physical condition and their knowing that Maya believed herself to be suffering from CRPS. Oh, look, then she draws the equivalent to the other case. Just as the patient in McAlpin went to the physician for an x-ray. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Based upon Maya's mental and physical condition, Ms. Beatty and the nurses acted in deliberate disregard for the high degree of probability that emotional distress would follow. Outrageousness prong satisfied. That's what she is saying. It is my opinion the trial judge will have to weigh. Oh my God, we're going to get clarification. Oh, why didn't Judge Smith write the controlling opinion? Couldn't she get one more vote? If she got one more vote, she could write the controlling opinion. In my opinion, the trial judge will have to weigh whether or not some of the facts that fall within the Chapter 39 immunity would be relevant and admissible on retrial as they relate to Maya's IIED claim. When considering a claim for IIED, the facts of that specific case must be considered. See, this is instruction. You have to While I agree that some of the actions taken by Ms. Beatty, the nurses, and others related to JHACH are entitled to immunity under Chapter 39, and that the battery, false imprisonment, and medical malpractice claims cannot be used to meet the legal threshold for Maya's IIED claim, I also agree with the argument raised by Maya in her brief that Chapter 39 did not authorize or protect acts of intentional infliction of emotional distress, especially when committed by a healthcare provider to whom vulnerable people look to for care. There it is. There's the needle. That's the thread. There it is. Oh my God, a judge that gets it. And I believe that some of the information related to Maya's shelter and the dependency court orders would be relevant and admissible to the extent that information is required to give to the jury a full picture of the circumstances at that time. It is hard to imagine a civilized community that accepts the actions of Ms. Beatty, a licensed social worker, and nurses as good faith participation in the requirements of Chapter 39. Thank you. Judge Smith, I needed that. Like we all needed that. Like this entire opinion could have been written like this. Immunity was wrongly applied. When you go back and you apply the immunity statute, this is how we're looking at it. Certain things immune, certain things not. Got to draw the line on where that is. Here's the standard to apply. To be sure, JHACH makes no attempt to cast such a broad net to include these actions as privileged under Chapter 39. Oh, they tried. However, even after stripping Maya's IIED allegations out of the offending claims and immunity entitled evidence, there remains competent substantial evidence supporting the trial's court's finding that Maya's IIED claim met the high bar of outrageousness. These healthcare providers were in charge of caring for and treating Maya. Instead, they exploited their positions with full knowledge that Maya, a 10-year-old child, would not be able to endure such outrageous conduct and undoubtedly suffer severe emotional distress as a result. For these reasons, I agree that Maya's IIED claim should be retried with the remainder of the counts. Oh, that felt a little better, right? That felt a little better. Like the ending of that. Oh. How do you write? What was the majority opinion was how many pages? The opinion of the court was, oh, no way. Hang on. Where is this? New trial. Okay, this is a clarifier. So the opinion of the court, the opinion of the majority of the court, 37 pages. So the entirety of the opinion is 47 pages, right? 37 of those pages is consumed by the majority opinion, the controlling opinion that says, everybody dismissed. Here's my conclusory statements, all the counts and all the claims. Judge Smith writes a concurrence. The concurrence is 10 pages. 37 pages, dismissing all of it. The concurrence is 10 pages. The concurrence focuses, all 10 pages, focuses on a singular claim, Maya's IIED claim. That is the appropriate length of an opinion on one claim. That is what legal analytical writing should look like. It should look like the proper application of facts as applied in prior cases compared to facts as applied in this case, and then taking the legal principles from that case, using that argument, making the argument here, and then logically explaining how you reach the conclusion you did. That is how the rest of that opinion should have been drafted. Judge Smith took 10 pages to go through factual summary supporting Maya's IIED claim and actually recited the facts in the light most favorable to Maya for the first time in the entire opinion, and then goes through and analyzes a singular claim with 3 prior cases from Florida jurisprudence, and then does the added bonus, shouldn't be a bonus, it's just par for the course, does the added benefit to us of explaining here's how those cases work in this instance. Here's how this case should work with the law in that framework. And here is what I expect to see, or what is still available to the participants in this retrial. 10 pages, one claim. Yeah. That's wild to me. That is, if to give you an understanding of when I make the comment of how I view the opinion itself, as once I read that passage from the amicus brief, I went in my head, I went, holy shit. I went, oh shit. Like, this is where it is. No other reason why that passage is fully stated in quotes than to say that, oh shit, that's the conclusion they reached. Now, they're not going to recite it again. They're not going to say it again. They bury it at the very beginning, or the beginning-ish of the opinion. And then what follows is just post hoc justification for it's just, that's it. It's just stupid. Doesn't make any sense. So I know it took a little bit of time to walk through all of that, and I know that it might have seemed rather lengthy, but I think it was important to actually explain the opinion, explain where I think the opinion had strengths and where it kind of had pitfalls. The immunity argument, I understand it's a different interpretation of the law, but they did not do a good job of explaining other actions consistent with Chapter 39. They didn't define it. So they didn't give any instruction to the trial court judge of how the judge is supposed to view, all right, what other actions qualify for the protection? You said, trial judge, look beyond the reporting itself and any other actions that are in furtherance or good faith in furtherance of Chapter 39. You didn't define that any beyond just that. You just said, here's the statute that you read already, judge, go read it again. So it doesn't give any help or instruction. If I'm going to look at this, yes, Maya Kowalski has the ability to appeal this to the Supreme Court of Florida. I believe this is the intermediate appellate court, then there's Supreme Court after this. Maya Kowalski has the ability to appeal it again. And to be honest, I was wishy-washy on whether the Supreme Court would take it. I don't know if they will. I really don't. Those amicus briefs by the hospitals are pretty strong. And I don't mean strong as in they're legally persuasive arguments. They're pretty strong in that the people that have filed them screaming the sky is falling are people that put money in pockets of politicians that control a lot of legislators. Not control, you know what I mean. They're the right names, the right people, the people that know how to move and shake political landscapes. They're not the peons like us. So the Supreme Court might be hesitant to take this up because of that. However, if the Supreme Court wants a window, if they want to pick it up, I think they pick it up there. I think they pick it up with the Court of Appeals kind of dropping the ball in the explanation of the immunity. If they did a good analysis, the Court of Appeals did a whole lot of saying, here's how the trial court got it wrong because they just didn't apply immunity, but they didn't say why or what level of immunity needed to be applied. They gave no clarification other than to say that it was wrong and it needs a new trial. And I think if anything, if an appellate court had any gumption, an appellate court would want to make the hard choice and want to make the clarifying legal standard clear. This one didn't. This one gave up on it. So that's my disappointment there. That's a summary of this. So thank you guys for sticking around for that. I'm going to go through the super chats and I'm going to wrap it up for the evening. Let's see. Caden B, can the decision to a higher court? Can she take the decision to a higher court? Yes, she can. She has another appeal right, but appeals are expensive. New trials are more expensive. So she can. The real Jim McIntyre petition for motion for guillotine. Certain parts of the opinion made me feel that way too. Destitution fund, demonetization fund. I imagine that's what that's supposed to say. Thank you, Equality. Very kind of you. Carol with a C and an E. Thank you for the super chat. Very kind of you indeed. Yellow Pill NP. Fun fact, in Florida, when suing a physician for malpractice, you can't pursue emotional damages, only medical costs. I did not know that. Learned something about Florida law. There you go. Rob Price just finished doing my advanced drone license while listening to F&F and got 96 on my exam. Woot. Congratulations. I didn't know there was an advanced drone license. That's fun, though. That's cool. Katie Hewling, I hate this decision for everyone involved. I hate the decision because it doesn't give clarity. I wanted clarity. I wanted an explanation as to why. I wanted some just logical explanation here. The only one that gave it to me was Judge Smith at the very end. Baby Steps 22, just dropping in to say hi, catch on replay. Have a great weekend all. Give Leo some love from me, please. I will absolutely. You got tons of love. It was his birthday today. Baby Steps 22, it is such a complex issue. The kids need their issues looked at from all sides with an open mind. Bad decisions have such dire consequences. I worked as an RN doing medical case management for foster kids. I agree with you. That's why this case was important to me, because it's hard. These are hard questions. You know what hard questions deserve? They deserve really thoughtful analysis. They deserve clarity to the extent we can clarify them for people going forward. What did this opinion do? Did this opinion provide clarity to the hospitals? Did it provide clarity to the patients? Did it provide clarity to the doctor, to the CPS? No, it didn't. It didn't do anything. Lady Fang, former medical records here. That's a sackable offense. Looking at patient records, even medical records staff can, if it was outside the scope of my job. Yep, I figured that was the case. Crazy Cat Queen, there are times doctors check patient records before they're officially on board. For example, I'm on call overnight, ER is full. It's common to look up patient info to anticipate an upcoming admission if they belong to our panel. See that part, the belonging to our panel. I don't imagine that you are allowed to indiscriminately look at another aspect or another department of the hospital. So for example, if you're in the ER or if you're on call overnight, I imagine you're not then allowed to just pull up a random patient's records in oncology and just see how their chemo treatment went the day before. I think that's the distinction that I would make. Equality, I forget how horrible Maya and her family were treated. You would have forgotten because we read the factual summary that was written by JHACH and recited by Judge Black, until Judge Smith gave the recollection of Maya and from her perspective. Crazy Cat Queen makes me mad, like when a big corporation / rich people get away with legal abuse because they have money. They keep a case in court system until the other person runs out of funds. Rich folks always win. We tried to make that not the case. It is very difficult for that to permeate. Book Dragon KSC. Oh, wow. 2 years hanging with y'all every Friday. Happy 2 year of being a member, Book Dragon. And House Bath Company wishing my son a happy 23rd birthday today. Happy 23rd birthday to your lovely son. I hope he has a wonderful 23rd year of his life, as with 24, 25, 26, up until old age. And may Mama have many years to enjoy each birthday with him. Okay, that's going to be it for us this evening. Thank you very much for staying tuned, tuning in on all of that and following along in that discussion with me. Very much appreciate. Very much appreciate you guys sticking around. If you have not liked the stream yet, please do so. For those of you on the replay crew, and for those of you watching, please make a comment. If you want us to follow a different case, you want me to take a look at something, make a comment, leave a comment, keep a lookout on the channel. Like I said before, next Friday, we will be Friday Night Frenzy into Ian's hopefully 24-hour live stream. The chat comment is still pinned to the very top. I will also post it as a link in the description of the video. So for those of you who watch the video on replay crew, it should be there for you. Other than that, guys, please enjoy your weekend. Get out with family, friends, everyone above. If you're available to get in the shop, if you're available to get in the art studio, if you're available to get into a craft shop, or even just the kitchen table, go make something. You'll feel better. I promise you. And then until next time, cheers to all of you. May you have a happy household and a pleasant weekend. Good night, all.